Hello there, and welcome to a very special stream. Today, I won't be playing any video games. Today, instead, I'll be discussing one of my favorite internet topics, SCP. Yes, I'm a colossal nerd, and I make no apologies about this. I'm actually a very big fan of creative fiction. I'm a very big fan of Creative Commons licensing and open sharing of ideas. And the bigger and bigger SCP grows on the internet, the happier I am about that, because it's just this kind of weird little dream that popped up a couple of years ago. Somebody decided it would be fun to make like a real life website for a fake organization that was based on like I don't know, the BPRD from Hellboy or Men in Black, any number of other sort of like spooky underground organizations whose job it is to protect us from the things that go bump in the night, and that's a fun concept. And even better than that, they decided that they would take that topic and make it open source available for everybody. Whatever gets shared on the site, as long as you call it what it is, SCP, try to credit the original author as best you can. And you're more than welcome to share and create your own fiction from it, and just kind of let that little snowball run downhill and turn into a bigger thing. So I think it's a really cool concept. It's a great idea for people to get together and sort of share their creativity. And it's a dark subject matter usually. Most of the stuff in SCP is pretty creepy. There's a few entries in there that are cute or whatever, but I think for the most part, it's kind of a sweet little project that revolves around kind of creepy subject matter, and I'm into creepy. I like creepy a lot. So, join me, won't you, as we explore in some of our favorite SCPs, and I'll share mine with you, and you can share yours with me, and we'll look them up together. I thought we might brainstorm some ideas for scary stories involving SCP creatures or SCP items, and I also have my iPad hooked up to my computer so that I'll be able to draw some of those creepy crawlies as well. This stream may not seem like much, but honestly, it took a surprising amount to get this rig up and running. I have been thinking about the idea of doing a drawing stream for quite some time. I can't do it on my computer. My desktop PC that I put together, I need additional software to make my iPad talk to my PC. And unlike my Mac, which is super protected from viruses and everything, my PC is fairly vulnerable. I don't go to a lot of websites. It's used pretty much exclusively for streaming or for gaming, and I'm not really keen to install any extraneous applications on it. So that idea kind of freaked me out. I had to pick up my Mac and like recalibrate Streamlabs on my Mac, which I haven't used my Mac for streaming in like probably a year at this point. So I had to hook everything back up again. And what do you know? The iPad just connects to the Mac and acts as a visible display for it. Isn't that weird? Who would have thought? So Streamlabs literally started on Windows, didn't develop a Mac version of its software for years, finally dropped one, and has more functionality on that OS than it has on its own PC native operating system. What the hell, guys? What are you even doing? It's just fucking weird. Do you actually have like two separate teams working on it, or are they like, I don't know, maybe working together? Give that one a shot, see how it works out. Let me know. Get back to me. In the meantime, I want to hop into my stream manager, and I want to make damn sure that this thing says that I am actually set for just chatting. At this is an SCP stream. Good. That's so. When you guys logged on, it said I'm in category just chatting, and that this is the SCP stream. Confirm that if you can. Genenemy, thank you very much for tuning in. It's good to see you. Who is yes 22? Because I don't think we've met, but that's the best goddamn username I could have hoped for. You like that one, baby?
Yeah, I really like that.
It's my girlfriend is in the background laughing about the name. Yes, 22. Oh, is that Jesper? That is the child. That's just fantastic.
Yay!
I don't know like where that idea came from, but I'm here for it. I'm thrilled with that. That's the best. You guys are freaking wild. Okay, so I received from you two a hell of a lot of suggestions here, so I'm gonna go ahead and hop into my text messages and see. The first one we've got in here is SCP-096. So let's look that one up. SCP-096. We go right in here, and it looks like SCP-096 is codename The Shy Guy. I've seen The Shy Guy before. I've actually watched a couple of I Would Like to See the Baby. I've seen The Shy Guy in a couple of like SCP explained videos on YouTube. There's several different people out there making SCP videos, and some of them have varying degrees of quality, but SCP explained is pretty rad. Animation's a little janky, but when you crank one out like once a week, props to you guys, seriously. And the lead voice actor, despite the fact that he sometimes like pronounces words strangely, like he doesn't say berry, he says burry. Dr. Bob is also fun, but I really like the voiceover guy on SCP Explained. He has a very dramatic voice, and I enjoy that, even if he says burry instead of berry. For anybody who's tuning in who doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, what is SCP? Let's go over it. Before we jump into SCP-96, I want to talk about what is the SCP Foundation. Like I said, the idea is it's kind of like Men in Black meets BPRD meets any number of other things. It's a secret underground organization that operates to contain unusual objects. Have you played Control? Well, the Bureau of Control is actually largely inspired by SCP, and the creators have literally acknowledged that. They're SCP fans, and they thought it would be fun to make a game that was set in a similar universe. So I'll play Containment Breach at some point. I don't own it yet, but if somebody wants to throw me some bits, then I will totally buy Containment Breach, and I'll play it right here on the stream. I'm fine with that. But there's a few things that I want to clarify at the very beginning as well. The SCP Foundation is an NGO. It does not work for the U.S. government. It does not work for any government. It's an independent organization, but it sometimes contracts with world governments. There are also other organizations that exist out there who are trying to do either the same thing or something similar. So it's important to note the difference between the SCP Foundation, SCP standing for Secure, Contain, Protect. Their concept is we need to find these things, we got to get out there and get them all, we got to try to gather them up in our warehouses, contain them, and we've got to protect the outside world from them and protect them from the outside world. Because when people get their hands on these things, bad stuff happens. An SCP could be anything from a coffee cup that never runs out of coffee, or it could be a guy whose eyes shoot laser beams that don't actually cut anything, they turn things purple. Any ridiculous, anomalous thing like that could be an SCP. I also want to go over a few different terms in here, because the objects come in different classes, and the classes are it's based on how difficult it is to contain the item. So it's not necessarily about how dangerous the item is. It's a question of how hard it is to keep those things contained. North American Hotel Ice Machine is my favorite SCP. I don't blame you. I was reading it last night, And frankly, the entire concept that ice machines are a myth struck me as being hysterically funny. But we'll get into that. Okay, so as yes said, the classifications are Safe, Euclid, Keter, Thaumiel, and Apollyon. I was saying Keter for a long time, but apparently it's based on a Hebrew word, so it is pronounced Keter. I didn't know that. But Safe, obviously, the Foundation has figured out everything that they need to know in order to keep this object from being a problem. Either they know how to contain it, or they know how to keep people away from it, or it's just, you know, not a difficult to contain object in the first place. Euclid, a little bit more difficult to contain, requires some resources to contain it, but for the most part, it is something that they can keep in the facility. Keter, very prone to breakouts or to disappearances or that sort of thing. I really like the idea of this one thing that I saw on SCP Explained, where they said the lockbox test. If you take an item and put it in a box, close that box and put a combination lock on it, and you leave for an hour, and then you come back, you know that it's safe if it's still in there. If you know it's still going to be in that box, put it in safe categorization. If you don't know what it's going to be, put it in Euclid categorization. And if it's probably going to have gotten out or tried to get out, then it's Keter classification. Then there's Thaumiel, which are SCPs used to contain other SCPs. So if you had a man with laser vision, that his laser vision turned things purple, and you didn't want things turning purple, and you found a sweet pair of sunglasses that stopped the lasers, why would sunglasses stop lasers? That's an odd object. That's also an SCP, but it could be used beneficially. Classification Thaumiel. Apollyon, on the other hand, is used to reference SCPs that literally, by their nature, can't be contained. If the particular item in question is like a bizarre cluster of stars somewhere far away from Earth that, when directly observed through a telescope, causes your head to explode, well, you can't really contain those stars now, can you? So that would fall under Apollyon, and the best thing that you can do is keep people from pointing a telescope in that direction. And then there's another one called Archon, and I actually don't know that much about Archon. It says SCPs are anomalous that could theoretically be contained, but are best left uncontained for some reason. Archon SCPs may be a part of consensus reality that is difficult to fully contain, or may have adverse effects if put into containment. These SCPs are not uncontainable. The defining feature of the class is that the Foundation chooses not to put the anomaly into containment. Oh, okay. So it's not that we can't contain them, it's that doing so would be pointless or negatively impacting things. So those are our classes. So when you hear those mentioned, I know right now the three of you who are watching are actually quite familiar with SCP, but for anybody who's watching the VOD or something, I don't know. Now you know what those designations mean. And now it's time to get into the meat of it. So we'll start with SCP-096, unless anyone has any other suggestions. I will leave you opportunity to make those suggestions in the time it takes me to go get a delicious coffee-flavored beverage. I'll be right back. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not drinking beer yet. I'm drinking Pellegrino Essenza, smooth caramel and coffee flavors. This is a seltzer water that has coffee and caramel flavors, and it is 0 calories, but it provides me with 30 milligrams of caffeine. It's light, crisp, and delicious. Pellegrino, why don't you go ahead and throw me a sponsorship? I will talk your shit up all day long. This stuff is delicious. Okay, so 096. And I'm going to read these in as dramatic a fashion as possible, because I want to sound like that guy from SCP Explained. SCP-096 is a humanoid creature measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. Subject shows very little... Oh, by the way, the special containment procedures are boring as hell to read, so I'm probably not going to read to you about the kind of containment cell we keep the thing in. I'm just going to go to the... I'm going to describe the creature. Let me know if you have a problem with that. I'll start over. Subject shows very little muscle mass, with preliminary analysis of body mass suggesting mild malnutrition. Arms are grossly out of proportion with the rest of the subject's body, with an approximate length of 1.5 meters each. Skin is mostly devoid of pigmentation, with no sign of any body hair. Any sign of body hair. SCP-096's jaw can open to 4 times the norm of an average human. Other facial features remain similar to an average human, with the exception of the eyes, which are also devoid of pigmentation. It is not yet known whether SCP-096 is blind or not. It shows no signs of any higher brain functions, and is not considered to be sapient. SCP-096 is normally extremely docile, with pressure sensors inside its cell indicating it spends most of the day pacing by the eastern wall. However, when someone views SCP-096's face, whether it be directly via video recording or even a photograph, it will enter a stage of considerable emotional distress. Body hair... Oh my god, you guys just... Any linguistic mistake I make, and you guys are just instantly all over it. Any like weird pronunciation or accidental addition of a vowel, any stumble. I'm surprised you guys didn't jump on the fact that I went docile instead of docile, because I know, you know, that's not how we say it here, but I wanted to sound fancy. You guys didn't get on that? Okay. Okay. I'm like the Rich Evans of my friend group. It's terrible. Let's see here. SCP-096 will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying, and babbling incoherently. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the first viewing, SCP-096 will begin running to the person who viewed its face, who will from this point on be referred to as SCP-096-1. Documented speeds have varied from 35 kilometers per hour to expunged kilometers per hour, and seems to depend on a distance from SCP-096-1. At this point, no known material or method can impede SCP-096's progress. The actual position of SCP-096-1 does not seem to affect SCP-096's response. It seems to have an innate sense of SCP-096-1's location. Note, the reaction does not occur when viewing artistic depictions. See document 096-1. Upon arriving at SCP-096-1's location, SCP-096 will proceed to kill and data expunged SCP-096-1. 100% of cases have left no traces of SCP-096-1. SCP-096 will then sit down for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile once again. It will then attempt to make its way back to its natural habitat. Data redacted. Due to the possibility of mass chain reaction, including breach of Foundation secrecy and large civilian loss of life, retrieval of subject should be considered alpha priority. Dr. Expunged has also petitioned for immediate termination of SCP-096. See interview 096-1. The following words are crossed out. Order is awaiting approval. Termination order has been approved and is to be carried out by Dr. Expunged on data redacted. See Incident 096-1-A. Oh wow, there's like a whole audio log here, conversations and stuff. Do you guys want me to do those, or would you rather tell me what you have to say about 096? This is a cozy little stream. I'm kind of tightened it. You want me to read the audio logs? All right. Let's see here. Begin laud. Begin laud. Oh, Lord, begin it. Captain, it always sucks ass to get initial retrieval duty. You have no idea what the damn thing is capable of besides what jacked up information the field techies can scrape up, and you're lucky if they even tell you the whole story. They told us to bag and tag. Didn't tell us jack shit about not looking at the damn thing. Doctor, Could you describe the mission, please? Yeah, sorry. We had 2 choppers. One with my team and one on backup with Zulu 9B and Dr. Expunged. Oh Lord, these SCPs. Where'd it go? We spotted the target about 2 clicks north of our patrol path. I'm guessing he wasn't facing our direction, else he would have taken us out then and there. Your report says SCP-096 didn't react to the cold. It was negative something degrees Celsius. Actually, it was negative something else. And yes, it was butt naked and didn't so much as shiver. Anyway, we landed, approached the target, and Corporal Expunged got ready to bag it. That's when Dr. Expunged called. I turned to answer it, and that's what saved me. The target must have turned, and my whole squad saw it. That's when SCP entered an agitated emotional state? Yep. Interview now pauses for a second before continuing. Sorry, got the willies for a second. That's all right. Yeah, well, I never saw its face. My squad did, and they paid for it up the ass. Who wrote this? And they paid for it up the ass. Could you describe it a little more, please? Yeah. It started screaming at us. And crying. Not animal roaring, though. Sounded exactly like a person. Really fucking creepy. We started firing when it picked up Corporal Expunged and ripped off his leg. God, he was screaming for our help. Fucking A. Anyway, we were blowing chunks out of the target. Round after round. Didn't do jack shit. I almost lost it when it started data expunged him. That's when you ordered the use of an... Papers are heard moving. AT4HEDT launcher? Oh, hey, Hanknot. I'm in the midst of reading a transcript of an interview with the... Oh my god. Now I'm going to have to, like, allow and deny, like, everything here. Held message for sex-based terms. Oh Lord, these SCPs up my ass. An anti-tank gun. Started carrying it ever since SCP Expunged got loose. I've seen those tear through tanks like tissue paper. Did the same thing to the target. There was significant damage to SCP-096.
That voice is very good.
You like that character? It didn't even fucking flinch. It kept tearing apart my squad, but with half of its torso gone. He draws a large half circle across his torso. Is that what he does? But it was taking damage. If it was, it wasn't showing it. It must have lost all its organs, all its blood, but it didn't acknowledge any of it. Its bone structure wasn't hurt at all, though. It kept tearing my squad apart. Expungebob. I need a button now. Like, I just need a button that says expunged, so that I could just hit that and, like... Because it's going to come up, like, over and over and over. Data redact, expunged, data redacted. Black line. Like, that's going to be, like, half of what I read here. What?
Make a soundboard.
Make a soundboard? I should make a soundboard that just has, like... It should be like a... Okay, I'm going to take a segue here. There was an old SNL routine with Kevin Nealon where he apparently was injured in a car crash. They took him to the hospital, performed immediate reconstructive surgery on him, and replaced his buttocks with a baboon's buttocks. And that's the whole joke. On an SNL sketch from the 80s, that'll carry you fucking 20 minutes, alright? But the real gag of it is that he keeps saying, why did you guys replace it with a baboon's ass? And then it's supposed to be censored so that every single time, like, you hear, like, a robot voice go, buttocks, over... You remember that one?
Yeah,
it's just like, I can't believe you guys replaced it with a baboon's buttocks. And I need a button that just says buttocks. It would make me very happy. Taint tanning. Okay. So no actual structural damage. How many rounds would you say were fired at SCP-096? At least 1,000. Our door gunner kept his GAU-19 on it for at least 20 seconds. 20 fucking seconds. That's 650 caliber rounds pumped into the thing. Might as well have been spitting at it. It's over 9,000! Over 9,000! 9,000! If you guys haven't seen the remix, look it up. It's a good time. This is when Zulu 9B arrived. Yeah, and my squad was gone. Zulu 9B managed to get the bag over its head, and it just sat down. We got it into the chopper and got it here. I don't know how I never saw its face. Maybe God or Buddha or whoever thought I should live. The jackass. Wow, whatever God or Buddha saved you, you think he's a jackass. What a cool guy. We have contained an artist's depiction of SCP-096's face. Would you like to view it? You know, after hearing that thing screams, and the screams of my men, I don't think I want to put a face on what I heard. No. Just, no. All right. I believe we're done here. Thank you, Captain. Chairs are heard moving, and footsteps leave the room. Captain is confirmed to have left interview room 22. Let this be on record that I am formally requesting SCP-096 be terminated as soon as possible. And log. So that is the very exciting story of SCP-096. It is a tall, thin, gaunt fellow who really don't like it when you look at his face. You guys wanna do a little drawing? So I got this thing here. I got that thing there. Oh, hey, what's this? Just some kind of stylus and stylus. I figure I'll paint him. Rip Torn foot. I don't even remember what Rip Torn sounds like. Was he the guy who was in
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
I actually haven't seen Dodgeball. Indigo is shouting things from the other room, like, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. I thought Rip Torn was like the guy who says, like, art has spoken and he needs your children from like fucking Beastmaster. You remember Beastmaster? That's Rip Torn, right? I'm gonna make a little bit of a darker background, and I'm gonna select the painting option, and Oriental brush, Occidental brush, the voice I was just doing, or the voice I was just doing. Difficult to tell here. So it's supposed to, I mean, nobody knows exactly what its face looks like because, well, everybody who ever saw it is dead. But I'm basically just going, like, there's his face, and there's got like a long body, and there's got like a big old chest here. There's gonna be, this is gonna bug the hell out of Black Mudpup because he's like an actual illustrator, and he's gonna be like, this is not how bodies are shaped. This is not how anatomy works. There's the pelvis. And there's I want to give him like real weird, like wide bowing shoulders. Like its face is an error 404. Yeah, I know he's gonna have like weird clavicles and stuff. He's gonna be like, I'm emaciated. Ugh. And he's got, ooh, what? Oh, wait. All right, there we go. And then pelvis, little peen. There you go. He's got a hemi penis. And then I know I'm gonna have him like, he's gonna be like walking out like there. Oh Lord, that pelvis. And then, and then like he's walking on his tippy toes. He's like, ooh, 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 like that. And then big old long impossible arms. He's gonna be doing the creepy walk though. So little limp wristed. Like that. What the? Yeah. And then like shrink this down. He has very long bony fingers or something, doesn't he? Isn't that what they said about him? He's a long bony boy. Very emaciated. Kind of ropey, wrinkly looking little muscles here. Oh no, his kneecaps. No. Oh no. Oh, bony. Oh, so bony. There's like a little ankle bone. Those are on the inside of your foot, not on the outside. I'm sorry. That's my bad. And weird toes. I don't know. I want to give him like... Got a special beer for tonight? What kind of beer? Is it a spooky beer? I got spooky beers. We're doing spooky stuff. SCP's creepy, so... Here. Now you get the little ankle bone. There you go. And then... Big toe out here. And... A couple little toes in the back. There. And then his face. Again, I want like little like shrivelly, wrinkly muscles here. Like, ugh. IPA that's not a ball of hops to the face when you take a sip. Nice. Always a plus. Oh, bugger that. I don't like that at all. Oh, pinky out, pinky out, pinky out, pinky out. Yep, that's right. That's how you do it. Dainty style. Just doing the creep walk. It's like, I'm going to go out and creep on some people here. Little skinny belly. Little hips. Little hips. And then just, he's like looking backwards like, gee, I hope nobody sees me. I'm creeping. Weird little wrinkly lobby face. Hey, night guy, how you doing? This is my... Woink. Oh, he's got a hemi penis. Look out. He's a fancy lad that loves berries and cream. Yes! He loves those berries and cream. Can't get enough of those berries and cream. Little outward bowed hair here. There you go. And then he needs the there. He's a little lad who loves berries and cream. With his little hemi penis there, hanging out. Terrifying little creature. And then we'll have some rich red blood just dripping out of them. Oops. Sploops. So a little bit of blood dripping out of there because he's drinking them. So there you go. That's my interpretation of SCP-096. He loves berries and cream. Search up an image now. All right. Well, this is the part where I get worried because then you got to worry about whether or not somebody has copyrights on these images and stuff. So you know, all rights reserved to their respective copyright image people who made the things. The other versions of SCP-096 do not seem to feature his fabulous black hairdo. None of them highlight his need for berries and cream at all, which is a little disappointing. SCP is marked under Creative Commons license, yes, but the images, the writing about it, the character, the concept, you should be fine. But the images they specifically state on the website may be subject to copyright, so you have to be a little bit careful with that. But yeah, so they made him he's a big, you know, like, oh, I walk around like a monkey boy. And that's fine. But what about his need? His need for berries and cream. He's got a little blueberry on one finger. Oops. He's got a little blueberry on one finger there. And then he's got a raspberry on this one. And that's what he's doing with his life, is he's just collecting raspberries and blueberries and berries and cream. is Need for Speed. The Shy Guy from Mario did not age well. Certainly not. I'm hell bent on this now. What other kinds of berries can I do? A strawberry? There'll be a strawberry. He's got a whole palm full of strawberries here, actually. You just can't really see them. There's some sticking out here and there, though. Blackberries? Yes. I love blackberries. They'll be extraordinarily dark blueberries. That's how you do. He'll have it on the pinky out. It'll be one of the big ones, the ones you get at Wegmans. You know what I'm saying? Like a big old cluster of, and then again, super dark, even darker. Even darker. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's how you know it's rich and ripe and ready. There. That's a little blackberry for you. So, strawberries. And then also, I'm going to put a bowl here. And I'm going to put just, well, there'll be, in the bowl, there will be a little pile of whipped cream, which is clearly on top of some strawberries. Because he's having strawberry shortcake. Because, again, this little lad loves those berries and cream. Can't get enough of them. And that's why he's because he looks, see how he looks like he's looking this way, you know, because he doesn't want anybody to catch him while he sneaks up and nabs some of these berries and cream. That is some, yeah, I don't like that it's yellow. I don't like that at all. An extraordinarily light beige. There we go. There, that is our whipped cream pile on our little bowl. Okay, so SCP-096 absolutely would not be a problem if you didn't look at his face and you kept him just dripping in berries and cream. He'd be fine. And it's actually, I mean, most people don't know this about it. It's about his compound. People don't realize this, actually. You think, see, it says here, SCP-096 is to be contained in its cell a 5 by 5 by 5 meter airtight steel cube at all times. Weekly checks for any cracks or holes are mandatory. There are to be absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools of any kind inside SCP-096's cell. Security personnel will use pre-installed pressure sensors and laser detectors to ensure SCP-096's presence inside the cell. And then there's a little addendum at the bottom there that it should say, walls should be absolutely dripping with berries and cream at all times. The fresher, the better. Get to the grocer once a week, or you done fucked up. That's the official language on the website. So I don't know why he's never depicted properly, but that's these are the facts, guys. I'm gonna let somebody else pick an SCP. We'll go ahead and we'll do another one. And it'll be fun. We'll do another one, and it'll be fun. Okay? So, somebody else hit me with another one. I got a whole list from Jenny here if you guys are going to take them. So, I just, I don't want to just go right down the line here, you know? Come on. Hit me with them SCPs. With them skips. This fucking thing. This fucking thing. It's ridiculous. It does explicitly say that it doesn't have any hair. That's the one glaring problem with this whole thing, but what are you gonna do? I believe I will like 999. I just Hank Knot, Nye Guy, start brainstorming because I'm gonna want you guys to hit me with something. I'm gonna do 999. I'll go ahead and do it, and then I want you guys to be like ready with something. All right, so we will do. I'm gonna SCP universe, but not the individual SCPs. Well, what can I say? You're fucked up. 999. He does drag on Fridays. Oh, he puts on a wig and then does It's Raining Men. Uh, SCP-999 appears to be a large, amorphous, gelatinous mass of translucent orange slime, weighing about 54 kilograms. That's 120 pounds, with a consistency similar to that of peanut butter. Subject's size and shape is easily malleable and can change shape at will, though when at rest, SCP-999 becomes a rounded oblate dome roughly 2 meters wide and 1 meter in height. The surface of SCP-999 consists of a thin, transparent membrane similar to that of an animal cell, roughly 5 centimeters thick, and is highly elastic, allowing... I don't want to say the number over and over and over again while I read one of these entries, so from now on I'll just say allowing it to blah, blah, blah. And is highly elastic, allowing it to flatten portions of its body up to 2 centimeters thin. This surface is also hydrophobic, although it can willfully absorb liquids, see addendum SCP-999-A. The rest of SCP-999's body is filled with a viscous orange substance of unknown chemical makeup, though it is capable of digesting organic materials with ease. Subject's temperament is best described as playful and dog-like. When approached, it will often react with overwhelming elation, slithering over to the nearest person and leaping upon them, hugging them with a pair of pseudopods while nuzzling the person's face with a third pseudopod. I hate that. It touches you with a third arm? I don't like that at all. All the while emitting high-pitched gurgling or cooing noises. The surface of SCP-999 emits a pleasing odor that differs with whomever is interacting with. Okay, that's a bad sentence. That differs for whichever individual may be with which it may be interacting. I don't know. I don't like that. That's a bad sentence structure. Fix that, guys. Recorded scents include chocolate, fresh laundry, bacon, roses, and Play-Doh. Yeah, I would have figured it would smell like Play-Doh. Simply touching SCP-999's surface causes an immediate mild euphoria, which intensifies the longer one is exposed to it, and lasts long after separation from the creature. Subject's favorite activity is tickle wrestling, often by completely enveloping a person from the neck down and tickling them until asked to stop, though it does not always immediately comply with the request. Though injuries may occur, SCP-999 has never been found to purposefully attempt to harm others, and will immediately back away and contract its body into a quivering mound while gurgling in a manner similar to a whimpering dog, seemingly apologizing for hurting someone on accident. While the creature will interact with anyone, it seems to have a special interest in those who are unhappy or hurt in any way. Persons suffering from crippling depression or PTSD, for example, have reported having a far more positive outlook on life after multiple interactions with SCP-999. The possibility of manufacturing antidepressants from SCP-999 slime is currently being discussed. In addition to its playful behavior, 999 seems to love all animals, especially humans, refusing to eat any meat and even risking its own life to save others, on one occasion leaping in front of a person to take a bullet fired at them. Subject's intellect is still up for debate, though its behavior is infantile. It seems to understand human speech and most modern technology, including guns. SCP-999's diet consists entirely of candy and sweets, with M&Ms and Necco wafers being its favorites. Its eating methods are similar to those of an amoeba. Necco wafers, dude? I get the M&Ms. I 100% get the M&Ms, but Necco wafers, that surprises me. Not because I think Necco wafers are gross, which they are, but I love them, and I want to eat them right now. They are absolutely disgusting. There's no arguing that, and it's like a thing with me where I'm like, I know this is gross that I like this thing, but I like this thing anyway. What I'm saying is that everybody else I know thinks they're disgusting. So I'm surprised that that was listed as this thing's favorite candy. They're practically flavorless. They're chalk, basically. It's a very weird choice on the part of the creators. I think that's probably the most anomalous thing in the entire entry. Forget the fact that it looks like it's made out of peanut butter and it wants to hug you. The fact that Necco wafers are its favorite food, that's just... I'm sorry, you've broken the illusion here. I'm no longer able to suspend disbelief. Addendum SCP-999-A, reminder to all staff. SCP-999 is not to consume caffeinated soft drinks of any kind. Last week, someone gave 999 a can of cola along with its usual breakfast. Not only was it literally bouncing off the walls for half an hour, the carbonation makes SCP-999 visibly queasy afterwards, and it refused to move or eat the rest of the day. 999 has thankfully recovered since, but the staff member in question has been reprimanded. Well, better that than terminated. You've been put on Keter duty. Yeah, seriously. What an odd little creature. The following is a report from an experiment in which SCP-682 is exposed to SCP-999 in the hopes that it will curb the creature's homicidal rage. Really put it in with 682. Okay. Well, I guess I better go to 682 before I go to that. So 682 is one of my favorites. It's pretty much like most people who know SCP know 682. It's known as the hard-to-kill reptile, which is a really dumb name. They could have come up with something infinitely cooler than that. But SCP-682 is a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin. It appears to be extremely intelligent and was observed to engage in complex communication with SCP-079 during their limited time of exposure. 682 appears to have a hatred of all life, which has been expressed in several interviews during containment. 682 has always been observed to have extremely high strength, speed, and reflexes, though exact levels vary with its form. 682's physical body grows and changes very quickly, growing or decreasing in size as it consumes or sheds material. 682 gains energy from anything it ingests, organic or inorganic. Digestion seems to be aided by a set of filtering gills inside of 682's nostrils, which are able to remove usable matter from any liquid solution, enabling it to constantly regenerate from the acid it is contained in. 682's regenerative capabilities and resilience are staggering, and 682 has been seen moving and speaking with its body 87% destroyed or rotted. In case of containment breach, 682 is to be tracked and recaptured by all available mobile task forces, and no teams with fewer than 7 members are cleared to engage it. To date, and the date is expunged, attempted breachers have numbered at 17, while successful breaches have numbered at 6. What are you saying? It started the entire wiki? 682 was the original? I did not think that 682 was the original creature. I thought they started earlier on than that. I also was fairly certain that the original was the sculpture thing that moves when you don't look at it. I was going to... Yeah, the sculpture... Yeah, I was going to say. Somebody saw that statue. It was like a Japanese artist who came up with the statue, and somebody saw it and was like, all right, well, time to make my own goddamn thing, and just went nuts for like the next several years. But 682 is considered one of the most popular ones. Yeah, because he's fascinating. It's just this being who's like, I find life abhorrent. I'm here to destroy it. It's smart. It's sarcastic. Frankly, he's a bastard. But you know, he's interesting, and I just think that that's fun. It's like the SCP universe's Dr. House. One of the children from the Scarlet King. See, I'm not as familiar with Scarlet King. Brought most of the SCPs into existence. Well, okay, alright, easy. That's under one of the SCP-001 theories. One of the... here's the thing. SCP-001 could be any number of several different things. And depending on... They have variable canons in this, in which some things are true and some things aren't, and it's fun. The concept is essentially that you can take which parts of this universe you like and forget about the rest. So it's up to you to figure out which 001 you think is the real one. But there are several hypotheses, and there are several... the idea is that even the Foundation disseminated fake 001s in order to keep the scent off the real one, because the real one's so horrible, they want absolutely nobody to know about it, lest it cause a mass panic. One of my favorite 001s is The Factory. I find just about every story involving the Factory to be very unsettling. But perhaps we'll get into that later. Right now, I want to find out what happens when SCP-682 meets 999. 999 made some elated gurgles. 682 made some unintelligible groans and growling. What is that? 999 moves in front of 682, jumping up and down in a dog-like manner while calling out in a high-pitched squealing noise. Disgusting. Immediately steps on SCP-99, completely flattening 9999. Observers were about to abort the experiment when 682 started talking again. What is this? I feel good. SCP-999 can be seen crawling up from between SCP-682's toes, up along its side and around its neck, where it clings on and begins gently nuzzling with its pseudopod. A wide grin slowly spreads across 682's face. Feels no happy. 682 repeats the word happy for several minutes, laughing occasionally before escalating into non-stop laughter. As laughter continues, SCP-682 rolls around on its back, slamming its tail upon the floor with dangerous force. Stop! No tickling! SCP-682 and SCP-999 continue the tickle fight until 682 finally wears down and appears to fall asleep with what would appear to be a smile on its face. After 15 minutes with no activity, 2 D-Class personnel enter the room to retrieve 999. When 999 is removed, 682 immediately wakes up and unleashes an unidentifiable wave of energy from its body, all the while laughing maniacally. All persons within the wave's range collapse into crippling fits of laughter, allowing SCP-682 to escape and slaughter all in its path. Meanwhile, 999 quickly rescues as many persons as it can, taking them back to a safe place to recover from 682's laughter wave, while agents suppress and recontain 682. Despite the tragedy that SCP-682 had brought upon the facility, 999 has not shown any fear towards the creature, and in fact has made gestures suggesting it wants to play with 682 again. 682, however, has stated that feculent little unintelligible can expunged and die. He hates it. He hates it. Hello. Hey, Lynn, how you doing? I love that he used the word feculent. That's a fabulous term. I'm gonna draw 999 playing with 682 because I think that's an adorable concept. It makes me happy. So, let's see, just a regular old page here. There we go. I like to make the background something a little bit darker so it's not so bright and glaring on my face. Because if it is that bright and glaring on my face, I look very eerie in this little picture down here. It's dark. It's just kind of spooky when I put that on there. So, anyway, how you doing, Lynn? I'm going to put a big old brush here, baby. Again, I just don't want. I don't want the screen to be completely white, but I want it to be kind of partially white. Let's switch to a brush I actually know, because I don't work with the paint brushes all that much. But I love the idea of 682. Hey, DM, how you doing? Good to see you. We got a bunch of people in here. It's the SCP stream, so we're doing SCP-682 is going to be on his back, and SCP-999, the tickle monster, is going to be snuggling with him. And I love the idea of having the head here The body of the thing is going to be sort of in its. I picture him being like long and like that. The tail kind of coming around here. There we go. We'll get the feet up here. Nope, don't like that. We'll get the feet up here. I got the arms up here. And he's having a wonderful time. He's laughing. He's laughing his little head off. He's got his big horrible hair there. Will there be berries and cream? No, I'm afraid there's not going to be berries and cream with this one. I'm sorry to let you down. There's the feet. There we go. There's the claws. Say what? I know. Well, listen, we can't have the entire stream be focused on berries and cream. Okay? I know. I know. I'm sorry. But that's life, guys. That's life. Sometimes it's hard. You know, sometimes you have to learn to cope with your reality. So I always draw, if I were picturing SCP-682, I always picture its eyes are actually kind of covered by its hair. Because it has like the weird like mop of hair on the top of it. So I always kind of pictured it as being kind of scruffy like that. And then its hair is down here. And then runs and kind of spines down the back there. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. God, I got water on the screen. What's the matter with you people? And then it has like its big, gross, like crocodile mouth. But it's like all like broken bone and stuff. And then the bottom jaw comes out here, and again it's all like kind of screwed up, like it doesn't, like it hasn't been held together. And then there's like big nostril coming up here, you know, and then you've got to have big sharp teeth. Emos love berries and cream too. Listen, I get it, but what makes you think he's emo? Is it just because the hair hangs over his eyes? Is that it? He totally listens to My Chemical Romance. I am not drawing on another layer. I'm an idiot. I lowered the opacity on this layer and then promptly started drawing on top of that layer again. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Hey, Laura, how you doing? Maybe he listens to Metallica instead. I hope he doesn't listen to Metallica. He probably does, though. That's probably why he's so fucking angry all the time, because he listens to garbage metal. If you listen to good metal, then he wouldn't have a problem, but, you know, here we are. So there he is, with his weird long arms, and then he's gonna have like a... I want him to have like a lizardy kind of... It's got little scales on him, you know? But then I want his scales to be different up here. And I know what you're thinking. Pat, you're thinking, I've seen you draw a lot better than this. That's fair. if I was planning on spending the entire stream focusing deeply upon drawing SCP-682, then that's what I'd be doing. Baby metal? Oh my god. Kimi wa chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. There's the curve of that. There's this. And then beep 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 beep. There we go. That down here. So there's our 682 on his back, laughing hysterically, and then we need our peanut butter monster or whatever the hell it's called, tickle monster. And I picture Jesus Christ, Streamlabs, take it easy, take it easy. The tickle monster needs to be like up here on his belly. And I'm going to do a different brush with the tickle monster. Instead, it's going to be like a painting. Because I want to do, he's going to be like bright orange peanut butter, like nonsense. Oh boy, that's a big old brush. I forgot I changed that there. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And then it just has like a little happy smiley face with a tongue sticking out like that. It needs to be erased just there. Oops. Just barely erased there and there. That way that's sticking out in front of him. And we will give him and he's made out of some sort of weird goo that's got like a sheen to it, I think. Like a Charlie sheen to it. So I'm going to give him a little... What color would you make our hard to kill reptile here? Because I feel like his hair should be like the color of dried blood. And I know he's frequently depicted with like black hair, but I don't know. I'm getting creative here. We're gonna have fun. This is all about like I'm just trying to move up. I'm moving along quick, you know. Give him some gross faded bone. Faded bone for the head. Bony plates, half dead. Not life as you understand it. It's the monster creature from another world. And then I want to make him like an alligator. Kind of a dark scaly green. You know what he kind of reminds me of is there's a type of demon that you summon in World of Warcraft. It's the Fellwalker. That's what he kind of reminds me of. Or a Zergling. With long black claws. Because, like you said, he's emo, so he's going to dye his claws black. He's going to put some, you know. Put a little polish on there, you know, just try to pretty it up a little bit. There we go. What do we think? Close it up. Open it up again. Yay! It's that famous incident in which 999 meant 682, and 682 had a great time. Fuck! He hates it. He hates being happy. He hates streaming. Alright, guys. Who's got the next SCP for me? Because I'm going to need one. Oh, why will that not scroll? Yes, says 3008. Okay. Series 1. No, sorry, Series 3. Do we not have... Well, there are not that many of them, then. Okay, it's Series 4. My bad. Would have thought that Series 4 would have been the ones that started with 4. But, the normal, regular, old IKEA... Oops, I had... Oh, 9. Wait, a perfectly normal, regular old IKEA. Description: SCP-3008 is a large retail unit previously owned by and branded as IKEA, a popular furniture retail chain. A person entering SCP-3008 through the main entrance and then passing out of the sight of the doors will find themselves translocated to SCP-3008-1. This displacement will typically go unnoticed, as no change will occur from the perspective of the victim. And they are a victim. They will generally not become aware until they try to return to the entrance. 3008-1 is a space resembling the inside of an IKEA furniture store, extending far beyond the limits of what could physically be contained within the dimensions of the retail unit. Current measurements indicate an area of at least 10 kilometers squared, with no visible external terminators detected in any direction. Inconclusive results from the use of laser rangefinders has led to the speculation that the space may be infinite. 3008-1 is inhabited by an unknown number of civilians trapped within prior to containment. Gathered data suggests that they have formed a rudimentary civilization within 3008-1, including the construction of settlements and fortifications for the purposes of defending against SCP-3008-2. Dash 2 are humanoid entities that exist within Dash 1. While superficially resembling humans, they possess exaggerated and inconsistent bodily proportions, often described as being too short or too tall. They possess no facial features, and in all observed cases wear a yellow shirt and blue trousers, consistent with the IKEA employee uniform. With a rudimentary day-night cycle determined by the overhead lighting within the space, activating and deactivating at times consistent with the opening and closing times of the original retail store. During the night, instances of -2 will become violent towards all other life forms within -1. During these bouts of violence, they have been heard to vocalize phrases in English that are typically variations of, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building." Once day begins, 3008-2 instances immediately become passive and begin moving throughout -1 seemingly at random. They are unresponsive to questioning or other verbal cues in this state, though will react violently if attacked. -1 is known to have one or more exits located within, though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave -1 once inside. Using any other door besides the main entrance to enter the structure or breaking through the walls of the retail unit leads into the non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit 3008. Following extensive debriefing, all individuals have been administered amnestics and released. I have heard I've heard them pronounce it as amnestics, and I don't like that. I absolutely am insisting on calling them amnestics, but amnestics are a chemical compound used by the Foundation to make people forget things. Amnesia, amnesia, amnestic, amnestic. I don't like amnestic though. It sounds stupid. So I'm fighting that tooth and nail. Keter, okay. I adopted Keter because it's a cultural thing. But amnestic, fuck you. Anyway, incident 3008-1 at 0037 on date expunged, a human male exited 3008, followed 10 seconds later by an instance of -2. -2 caught and killed the man before itself being terminated by armed response personnel. This incident represents the only time an instance of -2 has been seen exiting 3008. A full autopsy on the corpse was performed. See 3008-2 autopsy log for more details. The man was carrying an IKEA-branded journal, seeming to document his time in 3008-1, transcribed below verbatim. Oh, this goes on a long time, guys. I don't know if I want to read this whole thing. That's a big old journal right there. I will start reading. You can stop me whenever you want. Okay? So I'm writing this to document what I can only assume is my sudden descent into insanity. I can't possibly be that bad a navigator, and yet as I write this, I've been trapped in IKEA for 2 days. I haven't seen another person in the entire time I've been here. I thought it was a prank at first. Turn the place into a maze, get all the people out, and see how long it takes them to get lost. Then everyone has a good old laugh. Realized that wasn't the case when I tried to backtrack. Everything had changed, so I ended up lost. Instead of the exit, it was just row after row of bookcases. So I'm trapped in IKEA. Sounds like the setup for a bad joke. The lights went out at 10 p.m., nearly gave me a fucking heart attack, and that loud electrical thunk sound, and then pitch blackness. Place is full of beds, though, and my phone has a torch on it, but no damn signal. So I found a bed and went to sleep. Spent most of the next day trying to find my way out with no luck. Did find a restaurant serving those meatballs, though, so at least I won't starve. That's probably the punchline to that joke. Anyway, they were still warm and fresh, but I haven't seen anyone around. Who could have cooked them? Made my way back to the beds before the lights cut out again, since it's too dark to search with them off. It's 9 a.m. now. The lights came back on a little while ago. I'm sure I've searched the entire area around where I came in now, and the exit obviously isn't there, so I'm gonna pick a different direction and hope for the best. Day 3 of my magical IKEA mystery adventure. If I wasn't sure that there was something seriously weird about this place before, I am now. Walked for 3 hours in more or less a straight line. Insert IKEA joke here. Before I came across a ladder next to one of those huge stock shelves they have here. Climbed up to get my bearings, and it looks like this place just stretches on forever. Like that scene from The Lion King, except instead of the trees and grass, it's all shelves and tables and crap. I did see a person moving not too far away, though, so I headed over. Thought it was a staff member at first. It was wearing the uniform. And hell, maybe it was. Maybe freakish 7-foot-tall monsters with long arms, short legs, and no faces are just the kinds of things they want working in a super IKEA. Damn thing completely ignored me, though. And with no eyes or ears, I can't even be sure it knew I was there. Thought about shoving it or something to get its attention, but its hands were big enough to crush a watermelon, so I decided against it. It just kept moving along, and eventually I lost sight of it, so I decided to carry on the way I was going. Anyway, no comfy bed for me tonight. Looks like I've entered the improbably hard and pointy table section of the store. Guess I'll have to make do with some bunched up tablecloths. Phone battery died during the day, too. Didn't work anyway, but I feel like I've just lost some vital lifeline. You ever see one of those cartoons where they're going through doors in a hallway and they just pop out of another door in the same hallway? That's how I feel right now. I've seen nothing but the same identical bookshelf for 2 days now. Just row after row after row of them. I mean, come on. I love books as much as the next guy, but this is excessive. I'm obviously still moving forwards, though. I can see the signs hanging overhead passing by. Too bad none of them say exit. Not sure who I was addressing that question to. Let's see. Let's just say it was the practice for an autobiography I'm going to write when I get out of here. I'll call it My Perfectly Normal Trip to a Regular Old IKEA. If I ever get out... Slashed. Why is that slashed out? Finally found some other people. Yeah, it turns out I'm not the only poor bastard trapped in here. Lucky for me, I guess. My sixth night here. 2 of those staff things came at me in the dark. Different from the first one I saw, but still messed up. Heard them coming. They were saying the store was closed and I had to leave the building. All nice and polite like. I'm not sure which part of the idea was weirder, that they don't have mouths or that they were apparently trying to kill me while they were saying it. Came at me like rabid dogs. So I legged it, sprinting through the IKEA in the dark like a fucking madman. I saw it when I cleared another stand of those giant stock shelves, all lit up with torches and floodlights. They've built a whole town in here. Got a massive wall built out of shelves and beds and tables and whatever else. I swear to God, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Anyway, I guess they just saw me coming, or maybe they heard my girlish, manly bellows of fear, because they had a gate open and 2 people were there waving me in. Heard the staff thing slam into the gate behind me after it closed, still politely informing us that all the store was closed now. They wandered off eventually, though. They call the town Exchange, but that's what's on the sign hanging from the ceiling directly above it. Exchange and returns. All lit up against the night using lights they've found and plugged into the power lines. There are beds and food and people. Over 50 wonderful people with regular-sized limbs and a full set of facial features. It's now my 7th night here, and the first one not spent in darkness. A full week living in IKEA. There's probably a TV show in that somewhere. Again, this just keeps going. There's pages and pages and pages. So I'm not gonna read the whole thing. But I do like the idea that there's just this endless civilization. I'll read the last couple ones. Just realized that yesterday was the 6-month anniversary of my arrival here. I wonder if IKEA sells party hats. The routine around here has remained more or less the same. More new folks show up, one every couple of weeks or so. Food supplies go up and down, but we've never actually had a major shortage. Occasionally we get a visitor from one of the nearby towns, usually checkouts or aisle 630. We check in with each other from time to time, occasionally trade supplies if someone gets particularly low on something. It's comforting, in a way. I remember that we aren't alone in here. Some small glimmer of civilization. Sometimes they bring medical supplies. Apparently there's a pharmacy a few towns down from checkouts that gets restock every now and then, and they share out what they can. I've never heard of an IKEA with a pharmacy before, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone stumbled on an IKEA organ harvesting lab. Would certainly explain the staff. Speaking of our faceless jailers, their attacks have been getting worse lately, 3 or 4 times a week now, with twice as many staff as there used to be. No idea where they all come from, or why the attacks have increased. I tried following one of them during the day a few weeks ago. Me and Sarah wanted to see if they led back to the staff room for something. Or something. Didn't seem to go anywhere, though. Just randomly walked through the aisles. We had to turn back before we found anything. We've been reinforcing the walls, trying to arm ourselves better. Certainly no lack of materials to use. Wasim has been making more crossbows, but it's pretty slow going. Too bad IKEA doesn't sell guns. Note: no new personnel have entered SCP-3008 at Site X in the time span indicated in this entry. The attacks are getting bad now, almost every night, and with so many staff that the bodies almost pile high enough for others to climb the walls. I think we're in real trouble here. I think exchange is done. We got hit pretty bad last night. Not many casualties, but the wall is wrecked. We finally figured out why the attacks have been escalating too. A box of supplies had a chunk of one of the staff in there. No idea how it happened, but apparently a piece of one will draw them as well as a full body. Too late now in any case. There's too many bodies for us to haul away, and still have time to fix the wall before night. Candace has called a meeting. I suspect there will be talk of abandoning exchange. Maybe try and get shelter at checkouts or something. It's already getting late, though. I don't think we'll have time to make it. Maybe some of us will. I was fine for the first week out in the dark, after all, but then how often can I keep getting lucky? I'm only writing this for a sense of closure, I guess. For me, or for anyone who finds this. If this is the final entry, I hope whoever's reading this is doing so from outside this place. My biggest fear? If I die tonight, I'll just wake up here again in the morning. This is the last entry. It is assumed that while attempting to reach the checkouts settlement, he was separated from the rest of his group by a pursuing -2 instance and happened upon the exit. What a bizarre concept. Stuck in retail. I think it's kind of the same thing that fuels Dawn of the Dead. Sort of an endless hell of consumer goods. Like, everything you could want. Everything that you went looking for. You wanted to buy things. You wanted to fill your life with things. And now you have all of those things, and it's absolutely meaningless. So it's kind of a fun little parody of life and consumerism. I can dig that. But the faceless things, the oddly shaped faceless things, I don't know, man. That reeks a little too much of the whole 2010s Slender Man craze, where it's just like, hey, let's come up with a monster that's you know, I don't know. I just think it's a bit silly. SCP is supposed to be a joke about how 3008 is a fucking well, yeah, absolutely. And I totally get that, but I think the concept IKEA. Well, yeah, I mean they're poking fun at IKEA, absolutely. But it's not just IKEA; it's consumerism in general. It could have been any store. IKEA just happens to be one that sells a lot of different stuff. So, in any case, it's a fun one, and it makes me think of another one that I like. And this is early phase, because it's a location instead of being a thing, and that is SCP-097, which is Old Fairgrounds. And I really, really like the mythology behind this one. Essentially, SCP-097 is a 10-acre area of land in the state of Redacted in the Midwestern United States. It is the abandoned remains of Redacted County Fair, 1969, an area of approximately 2.3 kilometers. I'm just going to switch here. You might as well be reading the screen with me at that point. It's all weird. Anyway, structures within the SCP area exist in a state of moderate disrepair, consisting with the expected age and environment. At the center of SCP-097 lie the remains of a 1956 GMC pickup truck, majority of which is crushed beneath a colossal pumpkin of unknown subtype, henceforth 097-1, which stands approximately 7.4 meters, that's 24.3 feet tall, and 8.1 meters, or 26.8 feet, in diameter at its widest. Current estimates put SCP-097-1 at approximately 15,000 kilograms, or 33,000 pounds. This pumpkin remains roughly spherical in shape, instead of spreading out under its own weight, as would be expected of a plant of its size. The remaining portion of SCP-097, approximately 2 kilometers, is overgrown with several dozen varieties of pumpkins, with over 70 subspecies yet identified and many previously unknown to agriculture. Many of these pumpkins have been shown capable of growing to enormous sizes. the average estimated weight being around 250 kilograms. That's 550 pounds. These pumpkins, along with the assorted other crops, grow with, on, and around the remains of the 1969 fairgrounds, creating a maze-like arrangement of plant life. The average height of the walls within SCP-097 is 1.6 meters, though this may vary from year to year. Between April and November each year, the area within SCP-097 has produced a number of anomalous phenomena, ranging from benign to implicitly aggressive. To date, 17 agents have been severely maimed within 097, 8 having died. See event log SCP-097 for a brief listing of recorded phenomena. Okay, so Jasper, you know this one. It's simple and elegant, and it's perfect for Halloween time. I absolutely love this concept. So, addendum. Prior to the construction of SCP-097's containment wall, instances of what are known as SCP-2171-1 were occasionally observed to form fragmented walls, and at one point a near-complete ring of 2171 around SCP-097's area of effect. This behavior ceased following the containment wall's completion. The purpose and implications behind this interaction are yet unknown. I don't know what 2171 is, but it appears to be seasonal phenomenon involving the fallen leaves of all deciduous trees rooted within the confines of certain areas, henceforth the area. Leaves fallen within the area during seasonal autumn will invariably form large piles that will remain unaffected by local weather until all deciduous trees are completely defoliated. Piles of leaves affected by SCP-2171 will slide slowly, forming windrows of varying width. Windrows will eventually manifest instances of 2171-1 at their front end. 2171-1 are humanoid entities composed entirely of 2171 affected leaves that appear to guide 2171 windrows. The entities are fragile but capable of movement, yet apparently impervious to hostile weather conditions. They emit repetitive vocalizations that may involve speech in various languages, and have a tendency to hook dried leaves on tree branches across perimeter 2171 areas, or string leaves between trees that delineate this perimeter. Given their behavior, instances are currently believed to be sapient. However, instances will only react when the integrity of a 2171 windrows they grow from is compromised in any way. They will react violently to any element disrupting the perimeter. Such a reaction will include various vocalizations in a much lower pitch, a considerable growth in size by drawing mass from the pile, or the windrow, to which the entity pertains, and persistent attempts at enveloping and the disturbing element in a thick cover of leaves. Once covered, the element will appear to dematerialize, being replaced by a similar volume of leaves. So essentially... Oh, I'm out. So essentially, they're big piles of leaves that form humanoid bodies in them, and when those humanoid bodies envelop you, you turn into leaves too. It's a killer pile of leaves. A great big bushy beard. No, a great big frickin' pile of pumpkins at an old county fair, surrounded by great big piles of leaves that will try to eat you. Well, if the leaves will try to eat you, I hate to think about what the pumpkins will do. Let's find out together, shall we, kids? Addendum, historical note. Prior to the construction of... Yes, okay. In addition to its immediate effects outlined in event log SCP-097, 97-1, to produce an undetectable signal towards children in an undetermined range. For clarity, children will refer to individuals up to the age of 8. 8 is crossed out and replaced with 10. Beginning in early April, civilian children within SCP-097's undefined range may be overcome with somnambulism on clear nights. Somnambulism is the fancy technical term for sleepwalking. Affected children will move around their homes, stopping to face closed doorways for several seconds before moving to the next nearest doorway, eventually returning to bed. At first, this behavior will occur only once a week, beginning with only the doors on a single floor. This sleepwalking will become more frequent by mid-August, happening every night. If forcibly awoken at any time during these episodes, they will scream for several seconds before succumbing to a degree of confusion. After an affected child is awoken in this manner, the effect will cease, and the child will never show any further signs of SCP-097's influence. All you gotta do is wake them up. But people are told, don't wake someone up when they're sleepwalking. So there's a strong chance they'll let them kids continue sleepwalking. Maybe take them to see a specialist. But it'll keep happening. Over the course of 2 to 3 months, these episodes will become more thorough. Affected individuals seeking out each doorway inside their home, as well as those on their household's property, such as garages, car doors, and fence gates. Eventually, they will begin visiting the front doors of neighbors. Beginning in September, affected children who have remained undisturbed during these episodes will begin to remain outside at sunrise, laying on grass near their homestead, and returning to full REM sleep. Affected children may recall dreams centering around autumn activities. This is where it gets bad, guys. Between September 1st and November 1st, if the affected children have not been awoken during the preceding sleepwalking episodes, they will cease the previous established activity during the sleepwalk, and instead begin to walk directly towards SCP-097's location. They will travel over fields and down secondary roads, steadily moving towards SCP-097. Local geography consists mostly of undeveloped Foundation-owned property, facilitating uninterrupted travel. Upon arrival at SCP-097, an affected child will sit down before SCP-097-1, that's the big pumpkin, and begin singing unidentifiable gibberish as music begins to play. While a number of instruments have been recorded, simple drums and pipes are the most consistently encountered. After several minutes, childlike entities will crawl out from the tangled flora, or break out of larger pumpkins within SCP-097. The children will be wearing whatever they were last seen with, most often pajamas or something similar. Many of these entities match those children known to be lost to SCP-097-1. The entities will surround the affected civilian child, dancing and singing in a circle as SCP-097-1 begins to emit dim light. The affected child will awaken, normally expressing a great deal of terror. The instant any vocalization is produced, the entities will swarm and kill the child. Methods used are different in each instance, but usually involve dismemberment or strangulation. At this point, any and all efforts to interrupt the entities will fail, whether through breakdown of equipment, sudden intangibility of the subjects, or express violence on the part of SCP-097. After the death of the affected child, -1 will split open, and the entities will hurl the remains into it, before climbing in themselves. -1 will then close, and the music will stop. It's perfect. Because it cycles around Halloween, because it doesn't just happen one night of the year, but actually seems to progress over the course of several months, and then simply stop afterwards. Because it involves children. Because if you look at old legends, like Celtic myths and legends, things that are passed down by the Norse, that sort of thing, there's a lot of stories that are told to kids to keep those kids safe. Kids are gonna kid. They're gonna wander around, they're gonna do what kids do, and they don't exercise the best judgment, so we pass on these stories to try to scare them straight, I guess, to keep them close to their parents so their parents can keep an eye on them. And so this story has all of the hallmarks of those legends, those old legends. It's a specific time of year when the spooky things happen, and it's the children that are called to it almost like the Pied Piper. They sing, the children dance, and then they tear them to shreds like animals. Because we've always, as a culture, as creatures, we've always been afraid of the edge of the firelight. We've always been afraid of the wolf at the door. And so this is sort of metaphorical for that kind of primal fear. There's a thing here, event log SCP-097, that tells you about different things that have happened within that area as well. And I think some of them are really, really cool. This is a general incident log of SCP-097 for the cycle between 9/1 undisclosed date and 11/01 undisclosed date. But we can assume that it was the same year I would think. This is an abridged version. Please requisition full individual reports. Blah 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 blah. And I'm going to open up this page here so you guys can get a look at the table, because it's got, they have like a little cool table here that you can read through. But cameras 3B, 4A, 4C, 5B view child approximately 4 years of age walk between tangles of plant matter towards SCP-097-1 over an 8-minute period. Child appeared to be dragging a stuffed animal. Notes: child appeared on footage during review period. No figure was viewed at the time of recording. So the idea that this place like can manipulate our minds so that we don't see the thing. We don't see the kid walking through there who's about to get eaten. And then we find out later from the cameras that we were all just like dumb and didn't see it there. Like, that's a fucking kid. Sorry, kid's gone. 1733. Human scream heard from within SCP-097, heard throughout the site. On-site personnel described it as possessing a small child's voice. Sustained for approximately 3 minutes before stopping abruptly. Staff reported feeling as if they were being watched during the event. Several bedsheet ghosts are seen through various security feeds throughout the day. Would only appear for approximately 1 to 3 seconds before vanishing again. Staff did not report seeing any anomalous entities firsthand. Patrols doubled for the remaining time in SCP's cycle. I like the idea that like it even leaves a horror show for you when you're reviewing the footage. Like, this whole place is actively screwing with you. You know what I mean? You're there, you see the spooky. You check the footage later, you see even more spooky. And they're literally just kids in bed sheets, like bedsheet ghosts. Unidentifiable singing is heard throughout the site, persisting for 3 hours before becoming silent. Recordings reveal song-like gibberish with up to 30 individual children's voices singing at any time. Recordings archived for future study. Agent McRoy cuts a pumpkin's vine with a machete. Severed vine proceeded to bleed approximately 50 liters of human blood before shriveling. Blood type AB negative. No DNA match. Oh, fuck me. Overnight, 2 separate pumpkin patches grew into the rough approximations of humanoid figures lying on the ground. It's just pumpkins just growing in the shape of people, like a cookie cutter for fun. Just screwing with you. Agent Long found decapitated neck against a pumpkin. I love that idea because it's just like the pumpkin went, and just like he was like, what's that I hear in this pumpkin? I hear something funny going on, and then just there's his head's gone. Just done. 29 freshly decapitated crows found outside of SCP-097's containment wall. Action performed? None. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Matured pumpkin plant found to have replaced a potted plant growing inside Dr. Bridges' office. Indoor plants banned from the site. Pumpkin incinerated immediately. So you'll have like a regular plant on your desk, and it's just like, nope, I'm a pumpkin now. Pumpkins are everywhere. Agent Matthews falls unconscious during patrol and cannot be awoken until removed from the property. Agent reported dreaming of autumn colors and the smell of leaves. Full recovery, but reassigned to desk work pending examination. Yeah, I would get him. I would get him the hell out of there. I feel like this is one of those jobs where you're not going to work there too long. You're not going to want to work there too long. You're going to need to be like... I feel like SCP drones get shuffled around a lot. Like, you're put on guard duty for 682 for like a week, and then they're like, all right, get him out, get him out, get him out. He's done his time, get him out. And then they put you on the pumpkin patch for a while. You're like, oh, this is creepy, but at least there isn't a big lizard trying to eat my head. I feel like it would be fun to do a story about an SCP guard where you just discuss, like, hey, I got reassigned today. And just, like, that person's experiences going from one job to the next. You could call the story Reassignment or just Reassigned. And just kind of roll with that and see where it goes. I think there's a mine worth of fiction here that you can just kind of dig out. Sounds of steady drums playing throughout the day from 0000 to 2359. So for literally an entire day, just bloom, 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 bloom. Everybody's like, well, you know it's going down, right? Like, I'd get out. Male child, approximately 6 years of age and clad in pajamas, seen climbing through corn stalks on the eastern end of SCP-097, moving towards SCP-097-1. Lost to -1. How the child was able to escape notice by personnel until after he was lost to SCP is unknown. All personnel within 3.6 kilometers of SCP-097-1 report hallucinations of orange haze and children's laughter. Personnel evacuated to a distance outside the area of effect. Personnel screened for mental interference. All power and backup power to the area failed. Upon recovery, many pumpkins within SCP-097 were found to have changed into carved lanterns. It is unknown how SCP-097 generated and lit candles. Teams 097 Alpha and Beta tasked to destroy lanterns after sunrise. It isn't just like, it'd be one thing if it was just pumpkins growing in the shape of a thing. It would be another thing if it was pumpkins that somehow carved themselves. It's sentient pumpkins. The pumpkins are doing it. But when they incorporate the candles, how'd you do that, fellas? What exactly is working on this poor town? It makes you wonder about what caused it to happen in the first place. You know? Like, what exactly happened there that made this whole pumpkin thing go down? What is it about the truck that they like growing on that truck for? Like, there's more questions than answers here, and I think that's what I find so appealing about it. Team 097 Alpha reports seeing and hearing children playing among the flora within SCP-097. Recordings lack the entities expect from... So you should do more streams of reading scary stories. I'm enjoying this. Don't get me wrong, though. I love the video game playing. Well, I want to do stuff that's a little bit different. I've been doing a lot of video game stuff, and I want to do, you know, something a little bit different. I also will occasionally, you guys know there is a button you can push that redeems points that will cause me to pull out the tome of H.P. Lovecraft and start reading a story, right? Because, like, I'll be playing Valheim, and you can be like, hit that button, I'm going to stop playing the game, and I'm going to read you a short story. Just, that's the thing on the stream. So, just throwing it out there. Zia Maze Indurata kernels fall from the sky around SCP-097. Does not fall within containment walls. Area cleansed with flame units and replanted with non-native grasses. Pavement of outside area pending. Research Assistant O'Toole overcome with nausea and vomits pumpkin seeds. O'Toole did not eat pumpkin seeds previous to vomiting. If you ate anything, if you drank a pumpkin spice latte in this place, you're an idiot. You're asking for problems. The fact that okay, cool. It made him barf up pumpkin seeds. He didn't touch anything, and he was just like, there's pumpkin seeds everywhere. Cool. What if you did actually, like, you're on the job at this place, and you're like, man, I gotta hit Starbucks, and you just get that pumpkin spice, and you're just, the pumpkins would come after you. They'd be like, bullshit, you wanted it. Like, that's a bad idea, O'Toole. How you doing, Oreo, by the way? Body incinerated at site. All personnel should research assistant O'Toole transferred to site blank for examination. Seeds incinerated with prejudice. Research assistant O'Toole reported to have died overnight. Autopsy reveals thoracic cavity filled with pumpkin seeds. Body incinerated at site. All personnel scheduled for full physical examination. I'd be dead daily. I love my... I know. Well, I'm gonna drink a pumpkin beer on this stream, so it's like I'd be screwed too. But if you are booked on this site with all of the pumpkin themed nonsense, you'd no. Get out of there. You're not gonna drink pumpkin anything. You're not, hey, I had a pumpkin beer for dinner last night. Now it's time to pumpkin beer for dinner. I had a pumpkin beer with dinner last night. Now it's time to go to work at my horrifying pumpkin job. Like, no, you don't. You don't. Where's the one? I'm not going to read all of these, but Pumpkins near south entrance begin spontaneously bleeding from the stem. Cool. Dozen unidentified spears of red light. Blah, blah, blah. Vehicle at daybreak. Blossom over the course of 5 hours, beginning roughly. Flowers wither and fall soon after. All strawberry. Between 25 and 30 animate human skeletons of varying size are recorded breaking out of larger pumpkins within SCP-097. Skeletons traverse through SCP-097's flora to the northeast peach tree and hang themselves from its branches using lengths of grapevine, electrical cable, and decaying rope. Skeletons ceased anomalous behavior after pantomiming death by hanging. Death throes continued for approximately 23 minutes. Jesus Christ. I think I skipped one over here, but there is actually a thing in here that says, like, they cut open a pumpkin and found a fucking kid in a fetal position inside of it. Like, that's horrifying. Just everything about this pumpkin patch is just super, super upsetting to me, and I don't know why I like it as much as I do, because it's awful, but I love it. And I feel like I want to draw pumpkins. He's so cute. I actually love this drawing. I'm happy with that. Little tickle monster getting all up on 682. He's fun. Oreo, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Oh boy, I just popped the mic there. We're just doing this stream's kind of a harebrained idea that I had, where I was like, hey, wouldn't it be fun if I did an SCP related stream? We tried like drawing SCP characters and things like that. I was just kicking around concepts for what might be fun. But at this point, I don't know. If this is James the Giant Peach, but make it freakier. Well, that's essentially what I'm doing. Yeah, that's the plan. Put down some ink with the technical pen here. I want to have like there's the car. It's busted. It's all broken down. It's busted. It doesn't work around. And broken car. Okay. My understanding of 3-point perspective has completely fallen off at this point. It doesn't work, but I want the car to be, kind of broken, and then we want the pumpkin here. It's a big old pumpkin bar. He's gonna be hanging off the back of it there, kind of growing onto it, I'm gonna go take care of that. Ay. Excuse me. Ay. Hello? Hello, yes? Hello? Do you understand? There we go. That was good. This very upsetting pumpkin, which is hanging off the back of this truck. And then, I don't know, I feel like there's going to be some more pumpkins over here. Big pumpkins with, like, those big ribs on them, And then, like, fence over here. Fence is just all busted down. Over here, there's one of those stands that used to sell cotton candy. Oh, cotton candy stand. A little roof there. Crappy little roof. Let's draw it better. Let's do a better pen. Do a better roof. There we go. Got it. Good. Alright, cotton candy. And then off in the distance someplace we want one of those, and this is the rough sketch there. Got one of those things with the horrible merry-go-round bit there. A big, like, kind of tent thing, There we go. And we got our fence going back up along that wall there. And then we got, I don't know, some sort of thing in the foreground here. We'll have another roof top. Oops. Yep. Yep, there we go. And another rooftop. There we go. So this is our pumpkin patch. And this guy's got to have a big stem coming off of it. Looks more like a tomato right now, doesn't it? And I'll see if I can do like a... some wrinkles on there. Some wrinkles that start to look like a threatening face. Like it might just open up its horrible maw at you and chew you up there. So that's our basic image. But I'm going to go over that with a paintbrush. And we will lend some colorful hues to this. And I actually want this guy under here. Thank you. Got my big orange. My big orange pumpkin boy. Go ahead and increase the size of this here a little bit. There we go. That's the stuff. Bigger brush sizes. Good, good, good. Good, okay. Big orange pumpkin boy over here too. Oops. And kind of a terrifying red tint off in the background. It's like Bob Ross, but evil. Oh, there's no such thing as mistakes here, just horrible atrocities. I'm gonna fill this thing in with, I don't know, grab a little bit of that crimson blood yellow and make some stripes, you know. Pardon me, boy. Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga Choo-Choo? Track 29. There we go. That's a nice little tent right there. Looks like a tent, right? Don't screw that up too bad. It's like a McDonald's tent. That's the most dreaded tent. Moo-ma and moo-pa. Oh my god. Alright, let's get some dark lines. Some of those dark lines are on dark circles around his eyes there. Get that. Got terrifying eyes here. This is definitely supposed to look like a skull, you know. I want my big skull pumpkin to be as spooky as I can do. Get the lines out here. SCP gives you goosebumps vibes. Yeah, it has that kind of feel. I think it's a little grimmer than what you see in the Goosebumps stories. Like I never read a lot of the Goosebumps stories. Did they have just straight up murder in there? Was that ever a thing? Because I got a feeling like they kept it a little bit tamer like that. The Wolfman's gonna get you. The Wolfman's not gonna eviscerate you and throw your corpse into a hole in an abandoned sewage treatment plant where it'll be picked at by fucking wild rats. You know what I mean? Like that's not the vibe I got off of Off of Goosebumps. You know about the Chaos Insurgency? I do not. Someone can get kind of grim? I don't know. I had never seen I never read like the books, so I don't know how, like, dreadful and terrible they are. But in answer to your question, no, I do not know about the Chaos Insurgency. I don't even know what that is. You'd have to elaborate a little bit for me here. Jasper, yeah, I am totally okay with you telling me some stuff in the chat there while we're drawing. The Chaos Insurgency. Sorry. I was thinking Chaos Initiative. I don't know what I was... Oh, there. It's a group of escaped D-Class. Oh. Yeah, I suppose you'd be pretty pissed off, wouldn't you? That makes sense. By stealing SCPs and using it against the Foundation. I think I might have heard about this then. There might well have been an animation about that. Kind of a rounded old blue car here. And then... was one of the D-Class like a former military guy? And did he arm himself up with some sort of like weird spear? Like the spear of denial or something weird? Something like that? The spear of the unbeliever? I think that was it. Is that the one? Because I think there's a whole storyline, and I could be wrong here, but there's a whole storyline that I heard about where this guy, it was called the Ouroboros or the Ouroboros, depending on how you prefer to pronounce that word. But the idea is essentially that the guy does all of this like crazy fighting and takes down the O5 Council, and then still winds up not destroying the Foundation because he learns about a SCP-001 or the director or something like that. It's even more powerful than he previously thought, and so the director's like, guess what? You're the one in control now. The leader of the last O5 Council tried to do the exact same thing that you just tried to pull, and it did not work out for anybody. Because these things absolutely need to be contained and the Foundation needs to stay around, and so they basically were like, you're the guy now. It was weird. It was a long video, and frankly the some of the twists and turns not well written. Just about every single situation involves them getting captured, nearly killed, and then something wonderful happening that gets them out of the situation. And it's like, okay, guys, don't write your characters into a hole that they can't get out of, or write your characters into the hole and then write a way that they figure out how to get out of the hole. But if every single conflict is they get captured and then they get lucky, that's not compelling. That's just dumb. It was not well written. Rusty doors, rusty battered up, beat old car. This is. I'm terrible at drawing vehicles, unfortunately. So, that's my car. That's it. There. Are you happy? I hope you're happy. Here's the wheels. Made the wheels. They're crap too. They're going to be flat. Flat tires. There you go. Crappy wheel. Flat tire. There you go. That's all you're getting out of me as far as cars go. I'm sorry. I hate to disappoint. And then inside the windows, hey, what do you know? That's also more of inside the car. We're gonna darken it out. Barely able to see what's inside that car. Even darker. Even older. I spent too much time on this damn car. I can't do this anymore. Daniel, we can't keep doing this. There, that's it. That's the car. That's it. That's as detailed as I'm getting on the car. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's awful. I know. I've come to terms with it. Why haven't you? Why haven't you? Shrimp heaven when? Shrimp heaven now. Shrimp heaven now. Are you ready, motherfucker? Shrimp heaven when? Shrimp heaven now. Shrimp heaven now. All right, that's my big scary pumpkin. Then we're gonna have vines everywhere. Vines everywhere. This fence in the back? Fence. It's a 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 fence. 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 It's a fence. It's a garbage fence. A garbage fence. Why did you decide to do a drawing stream when you can't draw? A garbage fence. A garbage fence. That's all you're gonna get out of me. Garbage fence. I hope you like it. If you don't, kiss my butt. Wait, what? He's not my boyfriend. Cooler's off. It's a bit warm. Thanks, babe. What are you doing? Just random quotes now? What are you yaying for, baby?
I finished.
You finished?
I'm all ready for vacation. I finished all the work I had to get done.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! With an hour to spare, so I can work on something else.
Fantastisk. Veldig bra. Okay, that is as much as I am doing of this drawing. I got tired of it. I bored myself. I burned myself out on this drawing. Pink. It's a hot dog stand. Hot dog stand, hot dog stand, hot dog stand. It's over here. This is the place where you get all your hot dogs. Never fear. Well, fear a little on account of the fact that it's a hot dog stand in the middle of a nightmarish zone. And then this over here is going to be the roof of some sort of building. And we don't actually need to know what kind of building it is, so it doesn't get its own song. And I'm not sorry. I'm not. It's just a roof. That's all you get. But what I will do is put some tiles on it. And to do that, I'm going to grab a very flat looking brush. Like this. And I'm going to go... Oh boy, that's a much bigger brush than I thought it was. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god, that is another... I didn't even think of that, Jenny. The fact that that was a Shaun of the Dead quote, I legitimately, like... I didn't even think of that. It's the worst. This is the worst thing I've ever done. It's the worst. Why are they coming out green? Why is that green? I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. That's the drawing of the pumpkin patch. That's all you're getting. I hope you like it. Go to hell if you don't. See you later. Yep, there it is. There's my terrifying... That is an ordinary fair where we had a... There's a lot... There's sure... They do have a lot of pumpkins up in there. It's a lot of pumpkins up in that place. That came... I'm really upset with that one. That came out crap. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Shoot me in the back? Yeah. I lied. And if you haven't seen Surviving the Game, then you don't know what the hell that was all about. But go ahead and watch that movie. Ice-T and Rutger Hauer, Gary Busey, Charles S. Dutton. How can you go wrong? The answer is in a lot of ways. Okay. Who's got the next one for me? Who's got the next SCP? In the meantime, I'm going to goof around with my lights. One of you's going to give me an SCP. I need one of the gum. Uh-oh. Oh, wow, that's a bit much. Spookums is a good color combo. I like this one. It's creepy. Also, oh my god. This eye looks, in this light scheme, looks so bruised and shredded on my television. I look like I went 10 rounds with Jesus. And when I say that, I mean he's the son of God, so he could obviously trash me. Like, that's... Did that make sense? All right. Let's see here. Yeah, this'll do. This is a cool color scheme. 5172, you say? All right, let's look up 5172. That'll probably be in Series 6, because... Why wouldn't it be? Hey, I was right. 5172. North America. Oh, yeah, we're going to do the Hotel Ice Machine. Okay. I genuinely love this concept. Okay, description. SCP-5172 is a phenomenon that affects guests at North American hotels. Affected individuals will perceive a machine that serves the sole function of dispensing ice. These ice machines, while otherwise non-anomalous, are typically located in the hallway of the guest's floor, in close proximity to an elevator lobby or a storage closet. Ice machines are not common amenities in North American hotels. In fact, they do not appear in any contemporary hotels outside of those affected by SCP-5172. Nonetheless, a false memory of having perceived an ice machine is estimated to affect roughly 80% of the North American population. See Addendum 1 for more information. Individuals who perceive and then use these ice machines will initiate a Zelmuna event. This is likely to cause an instance of SCP-5172-1 to materialize, and it is very likely to result in the individual's injury or death. Addendum 1, History of Hotel Ice Machines. This is fucking hysterical, because let's just work with this as though it were true, okay? In the 1950s, Holiday Inn founder Kenan Williams attempted to distinguish his hotel chain from competitors by offering more amenities to travelers, free of charge. Standard practice among hotels at the time was to charge travelers for an additional fee if they requested ice. Williams believed that leaving out an ice machine for guests to freely use would be a welcome amenity. The expense incurred by purchasing this equipment and other amenities was not offset by a sufficient increase in customers. As such, the practice was discontinued in the mid-1960s. Ice is now readily available in many North American hotels through in-room miniature refrigerator ice dispensers or included in ice trays. Using or consuming ice found in these contexts has not been shown to cause or have any connection to the SCP-5172 phenomenon. Despite the fact that hotel ice machines only existed for a brief period, members of the public in Canada, the United States, and Mexico widely hold the belief that these machines are ubiquitous to this day. Empirical testing has consistently demonstrated that hotel ice machines do not exist outside of those associated with SCP-5172. Only about 40 ice machines associated with the phenomenon are recovered per year. Yet a poll of the general public found that 82% of adults recalled memories of seeing a hotel ice machine. Of those who had stayed in hotels in the last year, 33% reported memories of having used said machines without incident. The source of these false memories, as well as the method of their transmission, is still under investigation. Discovery. SCP-5172 was discovered in 1973 when Foundation personnel responded to what appeared to be a series of unsolved murders occurring at hotels in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Extensive testing inside the hotels led researchers to discover the false memory related to ice machines. The investigation led to the placement of hidden cameras in each of the hotel's rooms. Evidence collected here uncovered the connection between the ice machines, the SCP-5172 phenomenon, and Zelmuna events. Addendum 2. Zelmuna events. Initialization. The Zelmuna event is triggered when a hotel guest, hereinafter referred to as the target, perceives and subsequently uses a hotel ice machine. At this point, the only way to terminate the event is to leave the building and sleep in a private residence. The ice does not actually need to be used or consumed for the event to progress. Stalking behavior and/or hallucinations. The target will almost immediately begin to perceive an individual or individuals watching them from elsewhere in the hotel. Typically, these individuals first appear on the far end of the hallway where the Zelmuna event was initiated. Third-party observers are unable to perceive any individuals observing the target. Attempts to seize, record, or photograph the individuals supposedly watching the target have not produced evidence of their existence. Accordingly, the watchers are believed to be hallucinations. Descriptions of the individuals are fragmentary and do not show any consistent traits. Confusion and fatigue. Within 2 hours of event initialization, the target will display symptoms similar to those seen in early-stage dementia. If the target does not immediately return to their hotel room, they begin to demonstrate signs of confusion, difficulty completing everyday tasks, and short-term memory loss. After 2 hours elapsed, the target also begins to feel a gradually increasing sense of fatigue. Within 4 hours of initialization, the fatigue typically reaches the point that it becomes difficult or dangerous for the target to perform activities such as driving or swimming. Zelmuna event survivors report feeling as if their mind is too active to fall asleep anywhere other than in a hotel bed. This typically leads the target to seek out their hotel room. In spite of this sensation, the target is not compelled to follow this course of action. The target may still seek out a bed located in a private residence if they are aware it is an option. Targets will not fall asleep outdoors or in public places, but will experience the standard health consequences associated with increasing sleep deprivation. Targets can only fall asleep in hotels or private residences. If they do fall asleep in a private residence, the event is terminated. See Addendum 4. Sleep. When the target does not reach a hotel... When the target does reach a hotel bed, they immediately enter the hypnagogic state associated with the normal transitional period between wakefulness and sleep. Under normal conditions, the room's temperature begins to drop until it reaches approximately 11 degrees Celsius. That's 51.8 degrees Fahrenheit. After a brief period of hypnagogia, the target proceeds as normal through the sleep cycle until they enter slow wave sleep. This typically occurs within 1 hour of laying in bed. Appearance of SCP-5172-1. An instance of 5172-1 appears after the target enters slow wave sleep. It will generally phase through the door connected to the target's hotel room to the hallway. 5172-1 is not perceptible to a person who is in the room with the target at the time of this entry, but can be observed through cameras and other devices. The target returns to the hypnagogic state, but is unable to move. This results in a condition resembling sleep paralysis. SCP-5172-1 crawls towards the bed on all fours before assuming a sitting position on the target's chest. Hey Hagnot, welcome back. We're doing FCP-5172, the Ice Machine one. Dash 1 crawls towards the bed on all fours before assuming a sitting position on the target's chest. Dash 1 inserts a thin proboscis-like appendage into one of both of the target's eye sockets for several seconds. This does not cause physical damage, but it is theorized to be a way that SCP-5172-1 to transmit the paralytic agent or other substance to the target's brain to aid in the harvesting process that follows. Harvesting behavior. After retracting the appendage, Dash 1 opens its own chest cavity and retrieves a pair of unidentified tools. It then begins applying the tools and extracting cubes, measuring approximately 4 centimeters by 4 centimeters by 4 centimeters. That's 1.5 inches cubed. From the target's body. The cubes may consist of tissue, muscle, bone, semi-solid blood, or a combination thereof. Dash 1 uses the tools in a cutting and scooping motion, which appears to make all of these organic substances equally easy for it to collect. That is, bone is no more difficult to cut through than any other organic matter of the target. Each cube is placed into SCP-5172-1's open chest cavity before it repeats the process and collects another tube. The chest cavity is capable of containing more matter than its appearance would suggest. SCP-5172-1's motions during the harvesting begin slowly, collecting cubes at a rate of about 2 per minute. It gradually increases its pace until it is collecting approximately 50 cubes per minute. Dash 1 typically completes the harvesting process after 2 to 3 hours of activity. After completion, Dash 1 returns to the hallway door and phases into it, dematerializing. Survival of Zelmuna event, restricted to clearance level 4 and above, only. Access granted. After the harvesting process begins, Dash 1 can be interrupted in order to prevent the death of its targets. If the process is interrupted before Dash 1 harvests a sufficient amount of any vital organs, targets can survive with limited but permanent injuries. Targets do not experience normal blood loss during the harvesting process, an effect that lasts for about 6 hours following the start of the process. Accordingly, prompt medical attention can allow targets who have been partially harvested to stabilize and recover. Individuals who have survived partial harvesting report being conscious and aware throughout the process. This experience is marked by an elevated heart rate, difficulty breathing, and subjective feelings of terror. Dash 1 collects all of the organic matter of the target except for the major elements of the central nervous system: the spinal cord, peripheral nerves, the retinas, the eyes, and the brain. In the case of a completed Zelmuna event, these elements will be the only ones that are not removed, as SCP-5172-1 scoops around them. Targets will continue to display signs of consciousness for longer than should be possible, even in the case of a completed Zelmuna event. Should a harvesting process be interrupted after the target loses a vital organ, the target will live for 1 to 2 hours. Update. 2020-12-30. The proboscis-like appendage used before harvesting is no longer believed to be used to administer a paralytic agent. Repeated observation shows that targets already demonstrate symptoms of paralysis by the time SCP-5172-1 instance materializes. Efforts are underway to explore the theory that the appendage is introduced in order to ensure that the target remained conscious throughout the process. Yeah. So they literally want you to be awake for your death? I don't like that. Dash 1 is an individual instance of a humanoid entity approximately 122 centimeters, or 48 inches, in height, and 28.6 kilograms, that's 63 pounds, in weight. Its arms are about twice the length of what would normally be expected of a human of these dimensions. It also has pronounced frontal and parietal bones, creating the appearance of an elongated forehead. The proboscis-like appendage measures approximately 90 centimeters, or 35.4 inches, and extends and retracts from the mouth on the instance's face. If a Zelmuna event is interrupted by an individual's sudden entry into the hotel room, the SCP-1 instance will cease harvesting and attempt to attack the individual. Its strength is comparable to that of a human of its stature, but the tools -1 uses during harvesting are capable of cutting through protective gear and causing serious injury. While it is not particularly strong, it is capable of moving at an advanced speed as it approaches the end of the harvesting process. Extreme caution is advised for personnel attempting to neutralize -1 instance that has almost completed a harvesting process. If multiple people enter the room during the harvesting process, -1 will attempt to hide from sight. If it can escape the sight of all people in the room, the instance will dematerialize. -1 has several biological systems analogous to that of humans. Accordingly, it can be killed through the application of force that would typically be lethal for humans, such as stabbing or gunshots. Autopsies of recovered specimens show that -1 has circulatory systems, though the central circulatory organ, akin to the heart, is located in the head. As a result, -1 can expire from blood loss or sufficient head trauma. -1 does not appear to have respiratory or digestive organs. Recovered instances may possess male or female reproductive organs. These organs are misshapen and diminutive. Corresponding to symptoms of human hypogonadism. Delightful. These organs are likely vestigial, having no role in the reproduction of -1 instances. Killing a -1 instance, but leaving an ice machine in a hotel under the effect of SCP-5172 means that future Zelmuna events can still occur on the premises. Efforts to capture a live -1 instance have thus far been unsuccessful. Instances do not have their hands bound, are capable of spontaneously materializing their tools and cutting their way through containment chambers. Instances whose hands are bound, are otherwise rendered incapable of using its tools, die within several minutes. Similarly, the instance's tools disappear upon death. Research is underway regarding alternatives for close-up live study of -1 specimens. I did not realize this was this big of a frickin' guy here. This whole article is quite extensive. Addendum 4, North American Hotel Protocol for Foundation Personnel. Foundation personnel whose duties require them to stay in hotels are required to familiarize themselves with documentation surrounding 5172. A log of confirmed SCP-5172 manifestations will be made available to personnel whose duties require regular hotel stays. All personnel staying in hotels will be given single-purpose communication devices for reporting suspected 5172 phenomena. Awareness of 5172 is not enough to avoid triggering a Zelmuna event. Several Foundation personnel, as hotel guests, have found themselves absent-mindedly using an ice machine, despite being fully aware of the consequences. Personnel who have triggered a Zelmuna event must report it to command immediately in order to receive instructions for extraction. Personnel are not permitted to return to their hotel rooms without express approval from command. If feasible, personnel will be given directions to a nearby Foundation safe house where they can fall asleep in a way that terminates the Zelmuna event. As a final precaution, all personnel staying in hotels are required to wear heart rate monitors at all times while on the premises. In the event that the personnel initiate a Zelmuna event and are unable to notify command prior to falling asleep, algorithmic detection of sudden increases in heart rate can be used to detect a Zelmuna event in its early stages. Command will be notified of heart rate irregularities and dispatch the nearest available MTF if personnel do not respond to the communications. MTF responses will occur in any situation where it is possible for a team to arrive prior to completion of the Zelmuna event. Update as of 2021-1/11. As of 2021, one confirmed instance of SCP-5172 has been located in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Foundation personnel have recovered an ice machine and a human remains indicative of a completed Zelmuna event. This is the first known instance of SCP-5172 to occur outside of North America. Notably, the Netherlands had no prior public perception of ice machines as a common hotel amenity. At present, it is unclear if this is an isolated incident or if it signals that the anomaly is in the process of spreading to other locations. All available Site-30 resources are being shifted into investigating the possible reasons for SCP-5172's spread. Countering or mitigating the spread is now considered highest priority for 5172 research team personnel. Jesus Christ. They just keep ramping it up. I absolutely adore the concept that, again, this is a thing here in the United States. I don't know if the reason the way this is written, where they're saying that it's unique to North America, I really feel like we have ice machines in our hotels. I've used them extensively through my childhood. I haven't stayed in enough hotels as an adult to actually really need an ice machine, and honestly, they're right. They're putting them in the rooms now, so you don't need to go to the hallway ice machine. Nor do you really need ice on a regular basis. It's not even like, why is that a thing that we need? I don't know. I remember as a kid, my parents would get ice so that they could put it into a cooler that we were traveling with and keep stuff cold. Cool. We would put the cooler in the tub, drain out the water, and then throw fresh ice into it. But other than that, what the hell do you need ice for? Does everybody travel with a cooler? Is my family weird? I don't know. I seriously don't know why they're there. It always struck me as funny that there were ice machines in the hallways. But it's 100% true over here. If you guys don't have them in Europe, that's not something I noticed out while I was over there, because I stayed mostly in hostels, not in hotels. Or occasionally I stayed in like a bed and breakfast kind of a situation, which also did not have an ice machine. But is that a unique phenomenon to the United States? Are you guys really not familiar with ice machines? Because I feel like this is written as a parody of that whole thing. This is just the rest of the world laughing at us for having them, is my theory. Photograph taken by a subject claimed to be... I thought they were being watched, and they are not being watched. Interesting. What an odd little thing there. I want to read All I Want to Do. All I want to do. All I want to do is read things. I feel like the little creature in this story could actually be a lot of fun to draw. I want to draw it with like a great big head and little tiny legs. The background is going to be jet black. That's it. Period. Hello, thank you, good day, no more. Goodbye. Painting. I'm gonna go like great big head. And they're supposed to be, again, pale for some reason. I always draw these things as being very pale. Because I guess people are afraid of folks like me who don't have enough pigment, you know. And then he's gonna have like a little neck and a little body. Nope, not doing that. We'll do a side view because he's creeping over your bed. Tiny little chest, and then tiny little legs, tiny little legs, hanging down all willow like, and then again with the tiny little legs hanging down all willow like, and down here. There we go. Little teeny tiny feet, little cuppy feet, little two-toed feet. It's gonna be a little little two-toed rascal. That's my plan for him. Okay. And then they got... I want them to have like kind of weirdly like fluid like noodle arms. You know what I mean? I got a feeling the noodle arms are the way to go on this thing. Little guys there, and then he has to have a fairly substantial outcropping for that rib cage, like that, and then little bumpy bumpies on his spine because he's like a gross boy. He's like, I'm emaciated. I'm exhibiting evidence of hypogonadism. There's my dong. And again with the tools. Got a big old forehead here. Next to no nose. Little jaw. Little jaw right there. Oop, didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. And then we're going to go with another noodle arm. He's got little noodle arms that he reaches out to get you with. And then he puts a little thing that he tries to stick you with. And he says, I got tools. I got creepy tools. Ooh-oos. Ooh-oos. And then I got my creepy leg. I got my creepy half filled in leg with my little twofer feet. There you go. Little twofer feet there. There. So he just kind of hovers there. Floats in through the doorway. And I wanted his head to almost look like a balloon that was keeping him aloft. And then we'll do some creepy little almond eyes. Like a gray. My name is Davis. And then the proboscis thing should just be like two bumps, two little tiny bumps for lips. That's it. And then the proboscis thing comes out and says, bleh. Bleh. We'll have that have a little mouth too. It's like Alien. There it goes. There it goes. He comes out of there. He's like, bleh. Comes out of the dark. Floats at you. Puts out the proboscis. Yeah, they're awful. I don't like them at all. Make his little bumpy bumpies on his spine. Bumpy bumpy. Bumpy bumpy. I got a spine. Look at me. And then little Ripley's. Looks like he's got a smoke and a pancake. So we got that, and then we'll do the rib cage. When it opens up, you got your clavicles here, and you got your chest muscles there, you got your neck, and all that. And then here's your actual like chest cavity. It's gonna be kind of like bleh, 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 bleh. doing an anatomy lesson on this horrible creature. The way that its chest opens up and go blah 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 blah. And then make this just a wee bit darker. Just a touch. Just a touch of olive oil. Just a touch of olive oil. There we go. There's his little noodly arms. Because I figure if he's harvesting everything but the nervous system, then he probably has all of that he needs, right? So like maybe he himself looks like a nervous system. Maybe he looks a little noodly under there, you know? And then inside is all hollowed out. Draw all of our fascia, all the gross connective tissue bits. And then need some of them lighter colors. There we go. Get our gross clavicles. Oh, sure. Oh wait, no. That's not the angle they go at. What am I doing? Clavicles go like that. There you are. You got that thing. Then I need the other gross connective tissue coming up over it. And then go down here into this layer and we get a little bit more grizzly. Get some gross goo. He's all full of alien colors. Is the way I figure it. But then, just to make it real nasty, like big nasty, you're gonna have it go like. And then all gross and red down here, like it pulled up down at the bottom. It dribbles down, sizzle down the side, drizzles right down into the gooply bits, you know. There's a sort of tissue. It kind of like it rips open. It just goes like. And then maybe even all the hollow, gross stuff going on back there. And then, get that nice healthy skin going on up here. There we go. then the head's up there. Up there someplace. Good enough. That's when they open up their chest and they get all gross on you. They take their tools out. Their tools? Well, I know exactly what kind of tools they're using for this job. You might think that it's impossible. You might say there's no way. But obviously, what they got is... it's a melon baller. You know? I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. And I know the reason you're saying it's impossible for them to use a melon baller to extract cubes of flesh is how on earth does somebody manage to get cubes out of an orb-shaped implement? Well, that's what makes it anomalous. You know, you're thinking with your logic and your reason that that these things obviously would use some sort of cubed or straight edged instrument to perform their grim extractions of flesh and bone. I submit that is silly. It's just dumb, because there's no way in hell that an SCP is going to use an ordinary tool for a job like this. What we're dealing with here is some sort of extraterrestrial creature, and well, I need you to show it some goddamn respect. So that's what he uses, a melon baller with a rounded edge to somehow extract cubes from you. That's the plan. All right. So there's our latest contribution to. You can actually use that melon baller to scoop up some berries and cream, though. So that's why similarities. I don't know if you noticed this right here. Not all that dissimilar from this creature. Right down to the little junk. You know, they're close relatives. The shy guy. Yeah. Yeah. So these guys actually like berries and cream as well. They like it just fine. Normally, I mean, you think they're harvesting the goo from within you in cube form, but that is strictly like served on the side. They have the berries and cream in one bowl, and then they have the internal junk that they extracted from you in cube form. You know, it's just kind of a side dish. It's a little something extra for them. You know. Hey, baby, how you doing? Do you like my terrifying monster cavity that I drew? It opens its chest up, and from there pulls out some tools, and then it scoops you up and chops you up into cubes, and it takes cubes of your body, and then it tosses those inside of itself, closes the whole thing, just puts that whole operation right back together, and then fucks off. And that's how it works. They got to make some money to pay for berries. Exactly. Well, okay, so maybe they eat some of it themselves. They keep some of the fleshy bits for themselves. But I'm sure they work for the black market, because it's surgical precision. These guys are basically just organ harvesting, and then they're selling that profit, and then using it to fund their berries and cream habit. Probably hanging out with Shy Guy the whole damn time they're doing it. They really can't look at his face. Without you know, most of us can't look at his face without upsetting him, but these guys, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. They just all hang out, just mowing down on them fucking berries and cream all day. I gotta take a whiz. Why look at his face? Why indeed? When you could just be, you know, and they got the proboscis thing, so they just put the berries and cream in a bowl in front of them, and they just go like. That's how I feel about it. Like I said, I gotta take a whiz. I will be back in a couple of minutes, and see if I don't. See if we don't. And I'm back. And freshly full of pizza, I might add. I needed to get something to eat as well, so I was actually reading the fridge. You know what else I rated? Shit. Ow! Okay, so I was trying to just flip this out and look cool, and instead I caught my hair in the hinge and ripped the hair out. So that, just one, so it stung a little bit, but I'm okay. Wow. That hair is just permanently embedded in there now. It ain't coming out, guys. Anyway, so I had some food that I also raided the beer fridge. And it is officially pumpkin beer season. We're at the end of September. We're coming up on October here. And I need to start drinking some of this. So that is a Sam Adams Jack O right there. And, well, let's just say my impression of the Sam Adams Jack O from last year was, well, it wasn't positive. It tasted like beer-flavored candy. Or pumpkin-flavored candy had been put into a beer. And I was like, nope. That's not how you make pumpkin beer, Sam. But I'm willing to give it another go. Because in previous years it was good. Last year it was bad. Let's find out if this one's any good. First of all, the smell is very pumpkin spicy. And it's all you can smell. Can't even pick up on any ale in there. It's just pumpkin spice. Alright. Let's try it. Oh. Okay. It's better than last year. But not by much. 21st night of September. What about it? This is it no longer tastes like pumpkin flavored candy mixed with beer. It tastes, oh, I don't know. They've upped the spice quotient theoretically to balance out the candy pumpkin. But the end result is not, it's not any better. Yeah, no. No, okay? All right, here's the thing. What you've done is you have taken a Halloween candle or a Halloween air freshener. That's exactly okay. If I were to go into like an old-timey farm store during this season, this is the smell that they would have all over. That if they have like just pumped in a gas of pure pumpkin nonsense, pumpkin spice nonsense. They would have scented up their country old timey store with this smell to make me feel like, oh, this is homey and welcoming and everything. It's just air fresheners. It's just pumpkin spice air fresheners, and I swear what Sam Adams have done has actually like take a whole bunch of those and treat them like tea bags in ale. They've just dipped it. I'm not even sure that... No, I'm going to reverse that. I'm going to go ahead and say that what they've done is they've taken bottles of ale and dipped those into pumpkin spice air fresheners as a because there's very little ale flavor in here. Instead, what you've got is a sugary, spicy, pumpkin-y, overwhelming sensory nightmare. This is awful, Sam. Awful. I was a huge fan of Sam Adams beers for a number of years. And I was born in Framingham, Massachusetts, I spent the early years of my life with relatives who are from Boston, and I'm sure we've got some Sam Adams fans over there. Sam Adams Boston Lager, delicious. Sam Adams Fezziwig Ale, it's a treat around the holidays. Sam Adams Extra Special Bitter, good stuff. Very good stuff. Holiday Porter, perfect. What is this crap, Sam? You need to do better than this. This makes me angry. I'm very upset with you right now. I don't think I can talk to you anymore. But as I anticipated that this was going to go down just like that, I got myself a bottle of Pumpkin by Southern Tier, and Pumpkin regularly knocks it out of the park. I need like a palate cleanser after that though. Like I'm not even joking. I need to like clean my mouth out. Coffee should do the trick. Okay. It's very unpleasant. It's too much. It's too much. I enjoy Halloween too. That is too much. It's like a children's birthday party. Like, oh yeah, my son was born on Halloween. How much fun is that? So every year we have all the kids dress up in their costumes and they come over for, and then I pump this smell into my house and it's, oh my God, no, stop it. It's just not my thing. This, on the other hand, what are you guys doing in there? Oh, that's... Pumpkin pie in a glass is what they say. It has a rich smell to it. I can smell ale. I can smell beer in this bottle. But there's a buttery smell to it. Almost like a pie crust. They veered away from the pumpkin and into the crust of a pumpkin pie. Slightly yeasty, but only slightly. There's a hint of vanilla in that smell, mixed with the pumpkin spices. It smells buttery. I gotta try it. Equally intense. Maybe too much, guys. It smells heavenly. I just sit here and all day. That'd be just fine. Might need to hook this up to some sort of breathing apparatus instead of a drinking one. Just sit here and huff this beer for a... Oh, yeah. No, but it's quite a good smell. Taste-wise, though, it's overwhelming. There's a bitterness on the end, which helps chase away the sweetness at the beginning. There's a strong clovey, almost a burnt clove flavor going on in there. There's a whole lot of too much going on. It's malty. There's so many flavors hitting me all at once that it's like a cacophony. And sometimes I like a beer that's really complex like that, has a lot of flavors going at the same time. But this one is not. This is not. They're not harmonious. They're discordant. It hurts. This beer hurts. If it could taste like it smells, that would be fantastic. Because again, I keep coming back and nosing it, and I'm just like, yep, that's what I want. That's what I want in my mouth right now. I want a buttery, pumpkiny, smooth, slightly spiced, roasty, toasty, malty ale. And what I'm getting instead is burnt clove, burnt pumpkin, burnt cinnamon. There's a sour, smoky, like a liquid smoke flavor in there. I remember I had a pumpkin a couple years ago and I was like blown away. And I am equally blown away this time around, but in the exact opposite way. This is no good, guys. This is no good. Do I do a third? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can try a third one. It's disappointing. Yeah, no, they're all super disappointing, babe. The Sam Adams I knew was gonna suck because last year's was fucking awful. I knew it was gonna taste like pumpkin candy. It tastes slightly more like pumpkin spice candy this year, but it's too sweet. It's sickly. It's gross. This has gone in the opposite direction where they were like, let's make it smoky. And it just tastes burnt. The whole thing tastes like it was burnt. Yeah, no, it tastes like they tried to mix it with a pecan bar. Like they were like, oh, let's do a pumpkin spice bar mixed with a pecan bar. But they burnt everything. So it is this sort of sour, in addition to the smokiness. Have you ever had like you get a good char going on your meat and you notice there's a slightly, I don't know how to explain it. You grill something on the grill, you get those nice grill marks, and you take out just a piece of the meat that's just a little too burnt, and you go, oh, what the hell, and you pop it in your mouth and you chew on it, and it is savory, but at the same time it has this like ashy kind of a flavor to it that sticks with you for a long time. This has that ashiness. There's none of the savoriness in there. It just has this sort of, well, it just tastes burnt. I'm not happy with it. I'm quite disappointed. 2 bottles. Frankly, Pumpkin is not fucking cheap either. You get a 4-pack of that for like closing in on $20. I cannot even imagine how angry I would be if I had bought a goddamn 4-pack of that for close to $20 and I couldn't get through. I cannot drink any further. This is the line. Yeah, Pumpkin by Southern Tier. I've had it in previous years and it's knocked out of the park. They've done an excellent job with it in prior years. This is shit. This is awful. There's a sickly quality to both of them. More like Pumpescent. Brilliant, Hangnot. Excellent work. I can see we're going to have to go farther afield. We're going to have to do something wilder. Brands that I know Southern Tier and Sam Adams. I'm going to have to do something that I haven't heard of before. So, let's see here. Empire Pumpkin Stout. Keuka Brewing Co. Well, no. We need look no further. For I have in my hands Dogfish Head Brewing Company's Pumpkin Ale. It's very hard to get pumpkin spice beer right. But Dogfish Head doesn't fuck around. This is a company that I have repeatedly tested year after year to see if they make a good pumpkin ale. It is always within the top 3. It is not always a 1, but it is always top 3. And it is always competently executed. So at least they didn't make something that tastes bad. It might be a little dull some years, but it at least tastes good. This is my safe bet, guys. I gotta try this one. All right, on the nose. If this is disappointing, is the stream over? No, but if it's disappointing, then I'm not drinking a beer because I'm not gonna. We'll just keep throwing them out. Well, I guess that's what's gonna happen inevitably anyway. If they're bad, they're gonna get thrown out. But I don't know. I get a feeling this one's gonna be okay. Dogfish Head, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. It does have a good well balanced smell to it. After the last one, I'm worried that smell isn't a valid indicator though, because that one smelled heavenly, and it tasted not great. But let's go ahead and give this one a shot. The smell is pumpkiny and ale-y. It's not too sweet, but it smells a little sweet. It has some spice notes in it, but they're not overwhelming. And I think that's where most people screw it up. They put too many spices in, they overload it, and the whole thing turns to shit. I think this is going to be okay. Let's give it a go. Yes.
Yay!
Yes. Competent. Well executed. This is food science, is what we're doing here. These are chemical reactions. You have to be careful with them. And Dogfish Head knows how to be careful with its ingredients. It knows how to balance its flavors. They know how to find the happy medium. This has the roasty, toasty qualities of an ale that you want. It has a pleasant zing on the tongue. There's a little hint of burn from the spices, but nothing aggressive. There's I detect hints of cinnamon, clove, possibly allspice. Again, in small measure, gentle. Put the flavor in there. Love the flavor. Don't shake the flavor. Don't shake the baby. You just gentle with that flavor. And then the pumpkin, it's sweet, but it's also earthy. If you overdo the sweetness, then you throw the whole thing out of balance. Pumpkins, fucking go out in the field, grab one, chop it up, cook it, eat that shit. You want to know what it's going to taste like? Mostly, it's going to be more of a savory, gourdy flavor. There is a slight sweetness to it, but it's not overwhelming. And that's what a pumpkin should taste like. So when you get a pumpkin ale, it should be well balanced like that. And that's what we've done here, is we found a good middle of the road. There are high notes, there are low notes, but overall, it's a middle note melody. And it's harmonious. That's, again, every year we do this with Halloween beers. I have, since my YouTube days before Twitch, I used to go out and buy a fuckload of pumpkin beers, and I would pour 4 to 6 glasses next to each other and compare and taste test them next to each other for fun. You can look it up. It's on my YouTube channel. It's on an episode of Pad Adventure Time. And I've done this for years. More than 50% of the pumpkin beers will be garbage, because people just can't get it right. It's a difficult flavor profile to work with. It takes an expert. It takes somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing. And Dogfish Head definitely know what the fuck they're doing.
Atomic Pumpkin is still the best.
Atomic Pumpkin is my favorite I've ever had last year. We'll see if this year's is as good. Babe, do you want to try this one?
Sure.
I would like to see the baby.
Ooh. It smells very nice. That's really good. Atomic Pumpkin definitely has more of a bite.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit more bready, like yeasty. It's almost more like pumpkin bread.
than like a pumpkin spice latte or something. You know what I mean?
So it's less desserty and
Yeah.
more mealy.
Mm-hmm. I'm not getting a ton of pumpkin. It is more of like the actual pumpkin instead of pumpkin used again like as a dessert. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That most people when they do
Yeah.
pumpkin, they do the pumpkin sweetness.
yeah.
And they miss out on the pumpkin's earthiness. They miss out on the
Yeah.
pumpkin's gordiness.
Yeah.
It's you're eating a squash.
Yep.
That's what it is.
I almost would like to try somebody doing like a butternut squash or acorn squash beer.
That would be very cool.
Yeah.
I'd be 100% down for that.
Especially if it were, have you ever had acorn squash in the oven with butter and maple syrup?
I believe I have.
If
not, I've had Hubbard squash that way. So.
That would be delicious.
All right. Well, you're not getting away that easy because.
Yeah.
Now you got to try this pumpkin. I want you to smell it first.
Okay. Ooh.
Doesn't it smell fucking phenomenal?
It smells like sugar cookies or something.
It has this marvelous, like there's a
Or
slight vanilla.
You know what it is? It's like creme brulee.
Mm-hmm. I thought it smelled like pie crust.
Yeah, because of the sugar.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's very, very sweet. And kind of artificial flavor. Tasting.
Yeah. Notice anything else?
I don't know, an awkward bitterness, I guess.
It tastes burnt,
Yeah.
is what I'm getting. And I'm mad.
Yeah, no, it's not doing anything for me. It is so sweet.
Alright, well here's making up for it. I'm gonna let you have one more sip of the pumpkin.
Okay.
It's a little better, huh?
Much better. Yeah, that's definitely the better one for sure.
Oh, you don't even want to taste the Sam Adams one. If you thought the fucking pumpkin was sweet, the Sam Adams one is just Sam, fucking get it right. You've had a couple of years in a row now. Do not disappoint me again, Samuel. I expect you to be a good representative of the fair city of Boston. No, don't be a good representative of Boston. Apparently that would make it racist as hell. Be a representative of the good parts of Boston. God damn it. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I've been to Boston. It's a beautiful city, amazing history, fantastic accent. You guys do have a minor problem with racism. Might want to work on that. Hey, guess what? So does the rest of America. It's fine. We're try harder, everybody. But fuck yeah, that pumpkin. That's the good stuff right there. That's what I came here for. That's what I came looking for.
Mm-hmm.
There's one in there you're going to want to try. It's pumpkin latte.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That does sound good.
There's also a pumpkin... There's a pumpkin cream ale. Oh, there will be more pumpkin streams. There's going to be more pumpkin ale this holiday season. Don't you worry. Anyway, let's hop on back to it, shall we, ladies and gents? It's SCP time. Hank Knott, have you got a favorite SCP for me? Because I would, I'd very much like to look that up. While I'm waiting on a response from anybody, literally anybody. Laura, Hank Knott, baby. Lynn, Jasper, Jenny, Ethan, anybody. Throw me an SCP number here. But while I'm waiting on that, I want to make you guys aware of some stuff. As I have said in a couple of previous streams, this is the last stream before the vacation. Indigo and I are going to Gilbert Lake We're going to stay in a cabin. We're going to roast things over an open fire. I'm going to make a preposterously large sandcastle on the beach, and then take photographs of it for my Instagram account. I'm going to play frisbee golf. We're going to go to the Cooperstown Farmers Museum and see the blacksmith shop and the apothecary, where the man will apparently just let himself be bitten by leeches for your own amusement. He's if it's the same guy working there that there was last time, he just loves letting those leeches go to town on him. So it's going to be a very, very nice little break. There's going to be very little technology. There's next to no cell signal out there, and that's the way I like it. I really need to unplug and to just tune out for a while. Just get more in touch with nature. I'm going to take some photos of mushrooms and little bugs and stuff. It's going to be great. We're going to paint. I think I might just spend some time staring at a fire pit and occasionally poking it with a stick, you know? Rearrange them coals and just zone out for a while, because good God, I need it. And so that's my plan for the next several days. We will be back, and I will be here for the next Friday stream. So a week from today, I will be right back here with you. But the Sunday stream is canceled. The Tuesday stream is canceled. Because I've been working in retail during a pandemic for entirely too long, and I need a break. So I hope you guys will come back and see me again after that. I hope you will not forget about me in the interim, and we will we'll have a good time. That's the hope. Did you sneak back over here looking for more beer?
No.
Okay. Thought she was trying to raid the fridge.
I'm trying to look up horse SCPs.
Horse SCPs?
There's one that I found that's a horse that has human vocal cords and speaks with a Cockney accent.
Fantastic.
But there's not much more to it, though.
It's a horse that talks like a Cockney man. Got it.
Yeah.
That's why, I mean, it's fun.
It is fun.
Oh, yeah. All the cuts on my arm are fun. Anybody? Supposedly, I've got 5 viewers right now. Nobody's typed out an SCP number. I'm going to have to start and I'm going to go through Jenny's list that she gave me earlier on. We're going to go with that. Because she gave me quite a few numbers.
There is a SCP called SCP-6969.
Well, we've got to. There's no getting around it.
Interesting.
Oh, but is it bad? Like, is it?
No.
Can I talk about this?
No, it's not. It's super random.
All right. Well, let's take a look. 6930, 6942.
Threat level is super black special.
6969. The joke is sex. Adult content. The Foundation, adult content.
Oh, really?
By order of the Overseer Council.
Oh, I guess I'm looking at SCP-6969-J.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Let's take a look. We'll find out. Access file. Special description. SCP-6969 is the designation for a thaumaturgic biological process which occurs during it. Yep. We're gonna skip that one over.
I said I'm looking at 6969-J.
Yeah, but I don't have access to that.
What? I just... Oh well, who cares?
Yeah, it's okay. We'll give that one a miss. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do my favorite. It's an early series one. It is SCP 93. SCP-093 is actually, in my opinion, one of the most interesting ones that they have ever done. It's versatile. You have a couple of different elements at play here. So, description: SCP-093 is a primarily red disc carved from a stone composite resembling cinnabar, with circular engravings and unknown symbols carved at 0.5 centimeter depth around the entire object. Deeper cuts are present on SCP-093 with a depth of 1 to 1.5 centimeters. SCP-093 is 7.62 centimeters in diameter and fits comfortably into most palms without abrasion. SCP-093 will change hue when held by a living individual. The colors taken by SCP-093 are still being researched to establish a link. Current belief holds that the changes depend on the regrets carried by the holder. 093 is removed from a... If 093 is removed from a mirror and not held by a person, it will seek out the nearest mirror-like surface. It has been observed to travel in the largest possible circle while rolling, building up phenomenal speed. The mechanism of this acceleration is currently unknown. If an obstacle is between 93 and the nearest mirror-like surface, it will use this momentum to punch through the obstacle and continue on its course at this speed. It will only stop when a mirror-like surface is contacted. Despite tremendous impact velocities, no damage will be dealt to SCP-093 or the mirror. Additional notes. No records exist to clarify the nature of SCP-093's discovery or the presence in the Foundation. See SCP-093-OD. Since no records exist explaining 93's method of containment, a test procedure was initiated to establish why mirrors must be used to contain it. The results of 93-T1 led to the discovery of living beings holding 093 being able to move through mirrors, and the series of tests in 093-T2 to ascertain the destination reached through this travel. Essentially, it's a small red disc made of cinnabar that has been carved into, and that will move itself to the nearest mirror, and then as soon as it hits the mirror, it will simply sit on that mirror. It will not scratch the mirror, and it will not damage itself or the mirror, no matter how fast it was traveling towards the mirror in order to get to it. But it will destroy anything between it and the mirror to do so. Item SCP-093 is to be kept on a silver-lined mirror, blah, 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 blah. Description: object was found on the shore of the Red Sea, 30th of January, 1968, emitting a low sigh and a dim blue gleam. Its color has since turned into an orange mix of red only, emitting a hum of varying volume whilst in the presence of female examiners of ages between 34 and 41. Okay, so it only hums when it's in the presence of a lady. 93 resembled the documented blue for 5434 at 1:23 on the 26th of April 1986. What? Coincidentally, when the body of 194-9834 was discovered in a research facility, blah, blah, blah. Who's what? Who is that? I don't know what that is. Ties between 194 and 9834 and SCP-93 remain inconclusive, and effects of prolonged exposure to 93 remain unknown, except for infrequent reports of periods of calmness and, in the case of 242-0049, as periodic waves of depression, loss of balance, and thoughts of suicide. These feelings have reportedly not exceeded 11 days in duration. Objects seem to react to the presence of 242-0056 by turning light violet for more than 2 minutes and 9 seconds, as documented on the 12th of March 1993. Effects of this reaction remain unknown. Those are time signatures. Resembled the documented blue for 54 minutes, 34 seconds. Okay. Okay, so the numbers I was quoting before were the amounts of time that it spent at a specific color. Weird, but okay. I can live with that. Testing of SCP-093 against conditions set forth for existing containment procedures to assess viability of continuing such containment, beginning with changing the type of mirror used as a position of rest. Mirrored surface brass frame, retail grade mirror. SCP-093 rests without activity when placed on the mirror. This test alone removes the need for costly silver or wooden containment systems. Standard grade table. SCP-093 turns upright and begins to roll across the table surface in one direction, making a U-turn and rolling to the other, completing an oval shape, and repeating this action until a mirror is brought into vicinity of it, at which time SCP-093 rolls toward the mirror and lays flatways against it, sliding toward the center. It is noted that despite the grainy feel of SCP-093, it does not mark the mirror in any fashion while moving across it. 2 mirrors at either end of a standard grade table. SCP-093 gravitates towards the closer mirror, regardless of orientation, and makes no distinction between different types of mirrors, favoring a factor of distance above all else in choosing the mirror to move to. A mirror held by a person and moved around. SCP-093 follows the mirror as it moves, gaining speed until a maximum velocity of expunged is reached. At any velocity, the impact of SCP-093 against a mirrored surface results in no damage to either object. A person holding SCP-093 placing it on a mirror. This test was accidental, the result of one of the staff tripping another after some debate about who would be covering the lunch tab. As a result of the behavior of the researchers, it was discovered that a person holding SCP-093 and placing it against a mirror will in fact move into the mirror. Addendum. Containment testing discontinued after establishing that SCP-093 requires only a mirror to rest inert. Testing on human interaction with mirrors while holding SCP-093 authorized by Dr. Expunged. And Document T2, Mirror Test. Testing protocols. Subjects testing SCP-093 must wear a Class 3 buckle harness strapped to the chest and attached to a tension pulley system allowing for 300 meters, that's 1,000 feet, of movement. Additional spools may be added to extend movement if necessary. The clasp connecting the spools must be high grade and capable of withstanding applied force of 0.2 tons. A field kit containing the following should be standard issue for testing of SCP-093. 1. Wrist-mounted light source, with 3 hours lifespan and additional power sources providing up to 6 additional hours. 4. 0.5 liter water bottles with water. 4. MREs of any type, plus 2 plain granola bars, chocolate chips allowed. That strikes me as a little odd because if you have a wrist-mounted light source with 3 hours lifespan, and you're going in to the point where you're going to need to eat 4 meals and 2 granola bars, you might need a longer lasting light. That seems a little strange. 1 standard issue Beretta 9mm firearm with 24 rounds of ammunition, loaded. This is not to be issued until subject has passed into a mirror using SCP-093 and should be given under armed supervision, ensuring that the subject passes through entirely. This item is to be requisitioned first upon subject's return, and subject to be made aware of this before leaving line of sight within SCP-093's mirror. 1. Standard issue field knife. The subject is not to be made aware of this item, and must find it on his own within the kit. The subject must also be attached to a video system, with a camera mounted on the subject's head or shoulders. The video device should be capable, the video device should be cable-based and allow for the same length of travel as the return system. Wireless cameras have shown mixed results and should only be used in testing conditions where SCP-093 is a currently known Jesus Christ. And should only be used in instances when SCP-093 is a currently known color. New colors must be tested using wired feed. During testing, the color of SCP-093 must be recorded, as well as history of the subject in terms of their incarceration, to identify how SCP-093 determines the color to assume. A link appears to be connected to guilt or a lack thereof, in the subject's psyche. The attached test results should be read in order. SCP-093 Blue Test. Mirror Test 1. Color blue. Subject is D20384, male, 34 years of age, strong physique. Subject's background shows instances of murder, attempted suicide. Subject is cooperative in all steps of testing. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a blue color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until the subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed to an outdoor landscape, heavily tinged blue. Video feed follows in attached media. This is where it gets interesting. So the idea is essentially that depending on who touches this thing, the disc will actually change colors. And when you have a disc of this color in your hands and you press it against a mirror, you go through the mirror into a world that is tinted that color. This world will be the same world for anybody else who has entered under that color. They operate in very simple colors. The listing here has blue, green, violet, yellow, and red. There are only a few individuals who have been known to produce violet. It seems like it mostly operates in primary colors. A couple of secondary. And there's no evidence of any tertiary colors. So it does not look as though this thing has a huge variety of worlds that it can enter, but it has theoretically an infinite number. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway. Camera activates, flickers to view. Subject is looking out over the same field reported by technicians. Looks like typical lowland plains. Everything has a heavy blue tinge overlapping the normal colors. No discernible landmarks visible as subject pans view to left to right. Only grass, weeds, and a breeze moving the taller grass. No trees. No living beings visible. Subject moves forward as instructed, traveling for apparently 500 steps before something becomes visible. A patch of the land up ahead is barren, and the grass can be seen dying as the subject approaches it. Approximately 300 steps forward, subject is standing before a hole in the ground. The hole has been dug using unknown tools of primitive origin. Pulley system engaged, and the camera suffers a light shudder. Subject is instructed to enter the hole, and after mild protesting, agrees to do so. There is no apparent method of descent, such as ladder or rope. Subject relies entirely on his own hands and the pulley system to slow the descent. Approximately 100 meters of cable is used before a bottom is reached. Light source provided in field kit activated 50 meters down when outside sources become unreliable. Sweeping gestures of the light reveal nothing more than dirt, even at the bottom of the hole. 100 meters is a fucking long way down. That is 333 repeating feet. So 300 feet worth of climbing down using a pulley system, you'd be fucking exhausted by the time you got to the bottom of that. Unless you were like a trained mountain climber or something. Even one of them, I think, would probably be fucking tired from that. Just a theory. But either way, that's a long-ass way. Subject moves forward with assistance of light source. Asked about the blue tinge, subject expresses confusion and says there is no such tinge from his perspective, and never was. It took them until after he had climbed down 100 meters into a hole to ask him about the color. A little weird. Light is visible down the passage, and 150 meters of cable has been used. Out of the camera's eye, sound is recorded of the firearm being prepared. When questioned about these actions, subject states justified precaution and moves forward. Yeah, I'd probably be cocking the gun just to make sure she's ready. At that point, you go down into a 300-foot hole in a parallel dimension, I'd be packing. The tunnel turns from bare dirt to a concrete enclosure. Subject complains of a stench. Okay, so concrete indicates absolutely life. The light source is revealed to be ceiling light fixtures, a series of which with less than a quarter broken while the others functional. Okay, it's just fluorescent lighting, that's fun. A series of 6 doors, 3 to a side. So, no, I didn't say hey Siri, I said a series. Settle down. Three to a side, span before the camera view with a seventh door visible at the end of the corridor that has been blocked by what looks like generic metal shelving debris. Debris shows signs of rusting and is typical of retail store units, suggesting other human presences. Yeah, they shoved it down a hole? It's you go down, you go forwards, and that's it. There's 3 doors on a side and 1 door at the front. And that's all there is in this world as far as we know. And there's fucking retail shelves down there? I'd be double cocking that pistol, just to be sure. Subject requested to try doors in whatever order he chooses. Subject chooses first door on the right. Out of gun left. Door is locked. Does not open. Second door tries to open but does not budge. Unlocked but blocked. Closing second door. Third door is tried. Same results as first. Going up the other side of the third door... What? Oh, going up the other side, the third door does open fully, and light is bright in the room. Portable light switched off at this time as subject pans camera to inspect the room. Room is bare. No contents, but walls are filthy. Subject states material on walls isn't dirt, but he can't identify it. Seems to resemble melted plastic, but is brown in color rather than black. Door is closed. Door closed. Second door on left side has no handle. Does not move when pushed. The hole where the handle was is plugged by unknown material. Of the same gross melted brown plastic stuff. All doors are shaped in such a way that nothing can visibly escape from the sides, and the space for movement is too thin to look through even at ground level. Okay, so they're airtight, or close to. First door on left hand is locked, but part of key is present in lock from stem to the ridges. The back has been broken off. Stem to the ridges. Okay, so you could theoretically turn that if you had like a pair of pliers or something. With effort, subject manipulates key to open door and immediately begins coughing, complaining of a stench. Walls of room are clean, as is floor. Ceiling is coated in the same strange brown material as the third room. In this room, there is a makeshift cot made from aged blankets with a pillow, a wooden crate containing open boxes of what appears to have been foodstuffs. Language appears on video as squiggles. However, subject states they simply read cereal. A second crate in the room contains what appear to be empty water bottles that have dried out. A book lays next to the cot, closed. No title or identifying marks. On the wall is what appears to be clipped articles, but language cannot be read. Subject asked to remove clippings for retrieval. All articles but one crumble at the touch due to age. The intact article is put in a field sample container and seems the most recent compared to the others. Asked to investigate the book, subject begins to move toward it. Audio on the tape goes strange, and a high-pitched screeching noise, like grinding metal, dominates all communications for 3.5 seconds. Subject has not touched the book still, and when the noise stops, subject asks Control to repeat request. Control made no requests during that time, as headset was removed. Subject advised to leave the room and notes that the door has begun closing slowly on its own, and if left alone, will close. Subject advised to leave door alone and investigate door on the right. Okay, so the door was actually closing behind the guy as he was walking around in there. And he thought he heard them say something, but they didn't say anything. I would really, because this is supposed to be a video record, and we're literally reading the transcript of the video record. I would love for somebody to just do this. Like, if you could construct a rudimentary set and go in and do this thing, I think it would be, there would be like a slow mounting tension going on here. And I like that. Careful review of the following 10 seconds of tape shows that as the camera pans, a figure is visible at the end of the tunnel where the seventh door is. The door is open only enough for a face to be seen through a crack just before the door silently closes. No details can be seen. Subject investigates the second... Ooh, that's fucking creepy. So he didn't even notice that the door was open. There's somebody just standing there looking at him. Subject investigates the second door on the right. with no mention of anything seen out of the order. This door, when pushed against, moves, and after repeated bashings, moves enough to view inside at an angle. A cork board is visible, with more articles attached to it. The top of a box of cereal can be seen on the floor, and what appears to be a hand laying palm up. Subject closes door and pans camera past door 7, which remains closed. Seeing nowhere else to explore, subject requested to return. Subject poses no protest and complains of ever-increasing stench. Well, given the fact that they saw a human hand lying on the floor in there, the stench is probably the dead body. I always thought it was the plastic. The melted plastic stuff. It's probably just the fucking dead body. As subject returns back down tunnel, his camera feed does not change or show anomaly. But control reports a sudden surge in cable movement, pulled. An additional 100 meters of cable through before going slack again and then tightening. Video feed shows subject ascending tunnel slowly while control attempts to verify integrity of the pulley system. Subject requested to stop ascent, but states he is not climbing. The rope is pulling him up. Panic sets in on both sides, and the subject is informed to ready firearm. That's okay, so something pulled 100 extra meters of slack. That is 300 extra feet. All of a sudden just yanked through the doorway. Meanwhile, something is also pulling him up the pulley system. Upon reaching top of hole, nothing is visible on camera, and subject reports nothing has changed in landscape. Then begins a return trip following the path of the cable. Traveling for approximately 900 steps, subject asks how much cable he has used. Control admits they are unsure due to the complications, but subject travel in a straight line to reach the hole. Subject traveled in a straight line to reach the hole, so it should be a straight line back. Subject becomes concerned when he states that more cable is visible now, moving in a 90-degree angle away from the point in the ground. Uh-oh. Subject pans camera around full circle slowly. On film, behind subject, a crowd of 37 countable figures stand silently. Features are unidentifiable, and they are lacking the blue tinge that dominates the landscape. Panic breaks in control again, but subject notes only oddity as being the cable having an angled path. Subject tugs his end of the cable. It is taut and does not move. Control begins to reel in the pulley system, and slack rapidly winds. Watching the angled cable movement can be seen as grass is disturbed further down the angled portion from the reeling in the line. Then the line vibrates as it meets resistance and emits a twang from the recoil. Subject's camera pans back along the length of the cable, which now appears to slowly be allowing more slack before suddenly all slack is returned and pulley system begins again. That's... okay, so something's in the way of the cable. Control requests subject return following cable path, and screams are caught on the audio with panic from subject. 5 shots are fired as subject aims pistol at something not visible on camera. Control reports being able to see subject returning toward point of origin while camera shows wire disappearing into a point floating in the air. As subject passes the point, all cable is now in the pulley system, and the camera films only the floor. Control reports that the mirror took approximately 5 seconds to return to a reflection, and SCP-093 remained blue in color until 1 hour after being recovered from the subject. A vile-smelling fluid was present on subject's clothes around his hands when firearm was recovered. The fluid dried quickly and was deemed insignificant of study due to lack of quality sample. Control personnel monitoring the mirror state having seen a massive human being crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person with no facial features and a very short arm reach, pulling itself toward the mirror before it returned to a reflection. Due to proximity, fine details could not be made out, but at least one observer noted the being appeared to have been shot from the marks in the otherwise smooth, featureless face. Field test kit recovered from subject containing a newspaper article that reads, "Data expunged," and was filed as item "Data expunged." So what I like about that are all of the variables. There are points when he turns and looks around and the camera picks up things that he doesn't see. And likewise, there are moments when he freaks out and shoots at something that the camera doesn't see. They managed to pull his cable back in, and it seems like they pulled him back in alive. Or maybe they just pulled in a lifeless corpse. They don't talk about him talking at all after that. But they do say they either way, they pulled, at the very least, a body back in through the thing. And there was a brief period of time where the window, so to speak, stayed open. And on the other side of it, they could see a giant, faceless human with 5 bullet holes where its face should be, slowly crawling across the door towards the fucking window before the window closed. And I love that. That's fucking awful. It's genuinely dreadful. It's very unsettling. Mirror test 2, color green. Subject is D54493. Female, 23 years of age, average physique. Subject's background shows instance of grand theft auto and second-degree murder of 2 children during escape with vehicle. Well, that's not what you want. Subject is cooperative in all steps of testing. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a green color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it. Hey Ryan, how you doing? At which time the view changed to a farming landscape, heavily tinged in green, similar to the first test. Video feed follows in attached media. Ryan, I don't believe we've met. My name's Pat. I go by Narcloft on the internet, and today we are going through stuff on the Scp Foundation. I have been doing some little drawings here, and we've tried to recreate the things that we see or hear about in... let's see here. So, this is a little creepy guy who comes out after you get the ice machine stuff, and then scoops out your guts in cube form. This right here is SCP-682 in a tickle contest with SCP-999, and this right here is the shy guy, SCP-096, but he loves berries and cream. Absolutely loves them. He can't help himself. Doing well. You look like you might have some good metal recommendations. Yeah, well, you might have figured me right there. Honestly, if anybody has some good metal recommendations, it'd be my girlfriend. My girlfriend is absolutely brilliant with metal bands. She has just a massive collection of band names that she could tell you all about. A lot of good stuff in there. But at least for today, we're focusing on all this SCP stuff. So what we're doing is SCP-093, the Red Sea object. It was found by the Red Sea. It's a disc, about the size of the palm of your hand. It can easily be held in the palm of your hand. And when you hold it, it will change to a color. That color seems to be a direct indication of your guilt. Not necessarily what you're guilty of, but how much guilt you feel for the things that you've done. So the idea is that, theoretically at least, if you did something bad and you're not guilty for it, it would show up one color. If you didn't do anything bad, but you feel guilty, it'd be a different color. And if you did something bad, but you do feel guilty for it, it'd be a third color. Several different colors have been exhibited. Now, when you press this disc against a mirror, you'll go right through the mirror. What about sociopaths who don't feel guilty? Well, that'd be the idea. Is if there's somebody who did something genuinely terrible, but they felt absolutely no guilt for it, then it would manifest as a different color than everybody else's. And when you press it to a mirror, you fall through that mirror, and what's on the opposite side of that mirror is different for you. And depending on the different colors, there's different dimensions that you cross into. Now, we just did the blue test, which is when an individual who displayed a blue coloration passed through the mirror. And several different people have held the object, had it turn blue, and then gone out into that same space. So we have verifiable proof, so to speak, that if it shows up blue, you're going to go here. Now, we're going to go into the green test, and I'm going to read through that. And we're going to find out what lies on the green side of the mirror. But the blue test was pretty creepy. Are you familiar with SCP, Ryan? It's a kind of a weird thing. This is not my normal stream. Normally, I play video games. But I thought, since I'm about to go on vacation, and I had just finished the last game that I played through, I thought, okay, well, I've got one stream before I go on vacation, so I'm going to do something a little bit weird. But SCP, the concept, it's this website. You can check it out yourself. It's open source. It's all Creative Commons licensed. The whole idea was that it was supposed to be something that people could share and not get sued over. So if you go to Series 1, over here, you've got SCP-001, SCP-002, all the way up through 999, right? And each one of them is its own thing that the SCP Foundation has kept under wraps so that the rest of mankind doesn't get into trouble with it. Like the soporific bedbugs. It says here, a variety of common bedbug, in addition to an anticoagulant. It injects data expunged when biting its host, causing the brain to produce adenosine, endorphins, and a narcotic identified as analogous to fentanyl. As a result, victims of SCP-456 infestations experience increasing euphoria and somnolence as the number of insects increases, eventually sleeping 24 hours a day. So, cool. I guess they just get to feed on you all the time and you would never wake up. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. And so the SCP Foundation has tried their best to keep those things from getting out. What about atmospheric jellyfish? Well, looks like an organism composed of very thin tissue layers and filled with atmospheric gases at a slightly higher temperature than the surrounding air. So it floats around in the air. It's a jellyfish that floats in air instead of water. Just some of it's quite simple. Some of them are silly. Some of them are scary. Most of them are kind of a little spooky. And since we're coming up on spooky season, I thought it might be fun to do spooky stories. So right now we're going to do the green test, and then I might try to draw either this disc or one of the creepy things that's on the other side of the mirror when you go through it. Well, let's find out. Camera activates, flickers to view. Subject. We're going to switch over here because otherwise you can just read and see where I'm making all my mistakes. Subject. Camera activates, flickers to view. Subject is looking out over the same farmland reported by technicians. All greens through video feed are deeper, and green tinge overlays the normal colors of objects similar to the blue tinge in Test 1. No landmarks from Test 1 are discernible as subject pans camera over area. Present is a field, long abandoned, in the middle of which stands the remains of a scarecrow of unknown design. Fragments left are rotted and torn. Nothing grows in the tilled land. A farmhouse is visible to the right of the field. Large, 2 stories. A basement shelter entrance is visible at one end. Subject prepares her sidearm immediately and is asked by control to relax before proceeding. Her heavy breathing dominating the audio feed. Subject takes a few minutes and announces that she's fine, then proceeds as directed to walk the perimeter of the farmhouse. Children's bicycles, 2, a boy's and girls, lay against the house near the shelter doors. One of the doors to the shelter lay in the grass, torn from the entrance as evidenced by splintering wood. On the stairs lay clothes arranged in a descending order. Shoes to shirt going down them, belonging to a boy. Subject begins screaming at Control, asking if this is some sort of sick joke. Control assures her they have never seen this environment either, and to please calm down. Subject takes several minutes to regain herself before continuing. It is unknown if SCP-093 is linking the subject's past with her landscape. After several minutes, subject agrees to continue. Communication to subject is muted, and conversation of control making commentary about subject's jittery attitude make up audio for 1.5 minutes. Communication restored as subject reaches bottom of stairs. The cellar of the farmhouse is unremarkable and typical. Several wooden shelves line the far wall containing unidentified canned substances. Broken light fixtures sway gently from support beams. Camera is spanned across the basement slowly. No evidence of footprints are visible, and the basement can be assumed to have been abandoned for some time. Subject begins to comment about a stench. Uh-oh. The stench is back. As subject pans the area, a metal hatch is visible in the ground, similar to a bulkhead on a submarine with a turn handle. Subject remarks that the smell is at its worst around the hatch, and the dirt around the hatch is noted as being clumped and clay-like. The handle of the hatch is old, and the paint chipped. Subject coerced into turning the handle, which, when fully turned, opens the hatch. Subject begins coughing at the release of assumed old, stale air. When camera is tilted to view down the hatch, it is a white concrete tunnel similar to the one found in the Blue experiment, but in much better condition. Subject asked to descend ladder and close hatch behind her. After some convincing, subject agrees to descend, but does not close the hatch. Okay, yeah, so they're like, we want you to go ahead and hop down that hole there, and, hey, while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and close the hatch behind you? First of all, how would you close the hatch behind you and still have the feed cable that you're connected to not get pinched by the hatch? That would be fucking stupid. So I don't know why you would do that. Why you would give that order, but that's fine. We're suspending disbelief here for fiction. That's fine. But if I were in that situation, yeah, no way I'm closing that hatch. Not going to happen. Descent down the ladder and trip to the farmhouse has consumed approximately 53 meters of cable when bottom is reached. The inside of the hatch appears to be a bunker ill-suited to long-term usage. It is spacious, about half the size of the actual cellar itself, containing 3 bunks, 1 for a couple and 2 for single use. Several boxes of food, similar to those found during the bloom marked as cereal, fill a waste container near the hatch bottom. On the beds are 2 skeletons, and on the floor is a third, lying next to which is a simple 6-shooter revolver containing no ammunition. 3 spent casings are across the floor near the gun. On the other side of the skeleton is a bound book in good condition. This is retrieved and placed into a field kit container upon request. The gun is left alone, per request from Control. Subject examines more of the bunker, focusing on a desk where a newspaper has been cut and is in good condition. The clipped articles are recovered using a field kit container. Little else of interest to be brought back is in the bunker as the camera is panned around. Trash bags containing clothing, a few children's toys resembling popular 1950s-era products, are lined against the wall. Subject is requested to leave the bunker, and then sharply asked to wait by a control technician who directs the camera view to an area near the exiting doorway to the hatch. Closer inspection as subject moves in finds that a small area has been fitted with what appears to be an Ethernet jack, the cover of which has been forced slightly away from the wall by a strange amber-like substance. Subject refuses to touch or collect a sample, commenting that it stinks so bad that if they want it, they can come get it themselves. Control declines, and subject leaves bunker. As subject grips ladder to leave, the camera pans up for a moment, and at the top of the tunnel, a humanoid figure is seen peering down. Control asks subject to confirm figure. Subject states nothing is up there and begins to climb. Figure draws out of camera view after first rung is touched by subject, who ascends without incident. At the top of the tunnel, no other life is seen. Nothing has been disturbed. Subject insists nothing was there and closes the hatch, then immediately vomits. Subject coughs and uses a supplied water bottle to gargle, then freezes and asks if Control is hearing, quote, that. Control reports no audio. Subject approaches cellar hatch cautiously with firearm drawn and lifts her head just enough so camera can view outside area. In the distance, approximately 700 meters from the farm, 2 massive humanoid beings are crawling across the landscape. The entities do not notice the subject, who remains quiet, but whose drawn sidearm is visibly trembling. Subject requests to remain still and silent as beings move. They are featureless, facing at an angle, moving across the field of vision, so the faces are only visible for a few moments. During this time, it is clear that they have no facial features. The arms they use to drag themselves are short at times and long at others, stretching out to varying lengths each time they move. There is no area to the beings. All bodily... what? There is no rear area to the beings. All bodily design appears to end at the torso. The two creatures take approximately 10 minutes to disappear into the distance before the subject begins to panic and begs to return. Request declined. Subject instructed to enter the home from the cellar, and not to leave the home under any circumstances. The first floor is entered through a hatch in the ceiling/floor that opens with rusty creaks. That causes subject to pause for 37 seconds before continuing upward and entering a kitchen. A heavy layer of dust coats all items in the kitchen. The refrigerator is left open. All food is spoiled. Adjacent to the kitchen is a living area. The subject enters slowly. There is a recliner, a couch, and a television, all of 1950s style design. In the recliner is a laptop whose case only resembles 1950s decor and is coated in heavy dust. In the recliner is a laptop whose case also resembles 1950s decor? Okay. So this is like some sort of weird alternate universe where everything's 1950s, despite the fact that they have laptops? Opening the laptop reveals the last moments of its operating system, Faithful OS, leaving a standby mode and immediately shutting off. Laptop has no external power source and will not power back on. When asked to recover laptop, it brings the cushion of the recliner with it. The two stuck together. Subject advised to leave laptop where it is. The inside door leaving the home is nailed shut with thick wood planks. No attempt made to interact with these. Camera view pans to a staircase leading upstairs. Subject ascends the stairs without being asked, and the stairs remain silent to control surprise. When subject reaches top of stairs, a hallway with two doors is reviewed, one on each side, and at the end of the hall is a dumbwaiter, is inlaid into the wall. Subject opens door on left on her own, which opens to a master bedroom. The bed is neatly made, but the wardrobe next to it is thrown open, and clothes are everywhere on the floor. Subject finds laid out on the bed several pieces of jewelry, and is informed to leave them. Subject begins to protest, then comments they stink, and leaves them alone, promptly leaving room. Subject asked to open second door. The second door opens and gives a view of a shared children's bedroom, obviously boy and girl, given the type of toys and clothes scattered on the floor. There are also a window, which subject opens and wipes with a curtain to clear dust. Subject requested to move camera to window and does so. The farmland is visible, and approximately 40 kilometers from it, at best guess, a city. As the camera starts to draw back, it pans down and films the area around the house. Approximately 300 figures similar to those from the footage captured during the blue test are visible around the house, all staring up. Subject asked to confirm figures, but states nothing is there. Subject requested to return, and quickly agrees. Egress from the house is uneventful. Pulley system shows no erratic behavior. As subject returns to point of pulley wire's origin, a loud groaning noise causes the picture to reverberate. Technicians at control room report they were also able to hear the noise and experience the vibration. Subject returns through point of origin without investigation, and mirror returns to reflective surface. SCP-093 relinquished. Video ends. Returned newspaper fragments filed as expunged. I seriously think, like, this is one that I don't hear mentioned very often. It's like one of my absolute favorite ones in the entire series. Is this fucking Red Sea object and like all of its, like, we're just going to explore around in another dimension. How can you go wrong? Oh, here's the baby. The baby knows things about the metal. I wonder if Ryan's still here. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know if you see it still here, baby. I think everybody's gone. I don't know. This stream might not have been everybody's thing, you know? Oh, Lynn's still here. Hey, Lynn. How are you? Oh, you're back? Did you just come back from the gym or something? Oh, nice. This is like SCP ASMR. Yeah, I mean, it's not that far from that. I don't know if it's, you know, this might not be the stream for everybody, but I think it's fun. Hello, Indigo Ray, and meow, ASCPMR. I like it. That's good. Hey baby, can you and Lynn stick around for a few? I just gotta go use the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, and I will tell you about the violet test, cause it's a fun one. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, Lynn, while you were gone, I introduced a new SCP called SCP-093. And it is my very, very favorite that I've ever read. It is a simple object. It's a disc with some inscriptions on it that nobody can read. It looks to be made of cinnabar, which is the raw material from which mercury is harvested. It has it's about the size of your palm, and when you hold it, it changes colors. And they've done extensive testing to figure out what causes the change in color, and the best guess that they have is that it's associated to guilt. So if you've done something bad and you feel guilty for it, it'll change one color. If you've done something bad and you don't feel guilty for it, it'll change a different color. If you haven't done anything bad and you don't feel guilty, guess what? Another color. If you haven't done anything bad and for some reason you do feel guilty, fourth color. So there's different combos, but it seems to result in only a few specific colors. The color correlates to a scene, and I'll explain that. It responds to mirrors. If you hold this thing and you press it against a mirror, you will pass through that mirror into a scene, into a place somewhere. We don't know if these places are all the same world and they're just different places in that world, or if they're all different worlds, but they seem to have things in common. And so they will hook you up to a harness with like a big long extendable rope behind you and a video camera system, and they'll send you into these places. to try to figure out what's on the other side. And we have gone through 2. The only real connection seems to be that it looks like nobody's there, except sometimes the people watching the camera can see figures, even though the person standing inside of the mirror can't see those figures. And sometimes we see big human shapes that are just a torso and up with no face, and their arms seem to be weird, and they're crawling around on the ground, and they're giant. And we don't know what that's all about. But those are the links so far. This one is called the Violet Test. It says, subject is D84930, male, 21 years of age, average physique. Subject's body shows instance of subject's body? No. Subject's background shows instance of second-degree murder of a police officer during a drug bust. Normally, this crime, while severe, would not qualify a person for a sentence that would end up with us, but the murder of the officer was especially brutal, and excessive violence was used. This subject was uncooperative, and had to be reminded that his cooperation would only benefit him. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a violet color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed to a cityscape. Urban, lightly tinged in purple, similar to the first test. Video feed follows in attached media. Camera flickers to life and pans around the area. Subject is in what appears to be a modern downtown district, similar to a city like New York. The streets are mostly bare, except for a few cars of unknown make or model. These cars look highly advanced and streamlined. Subject attempts to look into the car windows without being instructed to, but backs away, remarking there is a rank-ass stank coming from the areas around most of them. Subject is persuaded to move closer to one car, and does so with coughing, wiping off a window which is covered in dirt. The inside of the car appears to be completely filled with a strange brown matter. There is nothing at all visible other than the brown matter. 2 other cars produce the same result. However, a 4th vehicle seems more recent than the others, and the inside is immaculate. The doors to the vehicle also are unlocked, and subject quickly gets inside, then shuts the doors. Subject is chastised for this behavior by Control, who reminds him his lifeline is nothing more than a cable, which is sturdy enough that closing the car door does not injure it, but they cannot recover a person in motion. Subject argues with Control over this issue and pans the camera across the dashboard, pointing out he couldn't drive away even if he tried. The dashboard is void of any recognizable controls. No ignition, no steering. It has several small blank screens that are theorized to be a GPS system. Subject remains in the car while Control discusses how to proceed, since the city landscape is far larger than the previous test destinations. Control debates this issue while Subject stares around the cityscape from the car. During one pan, a face is clearly seen staring into the car, eyes watching the subject. However, this was not noticed until post-test footage review. Subject made no comment regarding this entity at any point. Control shortly after informs Subject to remain where he is, and an escort team is dispatched through the mirror to join him. A team of 4 armed personnel is sent through the mirror and proceeds to the subject's location. Subject is then instructed to remove his harness, which is recovered. This subject's video feed then ends and is replaced by a wireless unit used by the escort team. The video quality on this unit is subject to more interference, but in order to mark the mirror exit, a receiver system is placed through the mirror. Subject leaves the car and now travels with the escort team. Given the myriad of possible options, they are instructed to simply move to the closest building and attempt to enter it. This building has etched glass doors bearing the name XEA Research Partners Incorporated, and the doors are ajar. A magnetic lock system is present, but has lost power. Team enters the building and main lobby. This area resembles a stereotypical corporate lobby. There is a C-shaped receptionist desk with a chair pushed far from it as if it was left in a hurry. A PC terminal is at the desk as well. Team approaches the desk, and the camera bearer is instructed to examine the PC. The unit does appear to have power, and Faithful OS appears on the screen, requesting a login and password. A keyboard is present, but is remarkably slim, with touch-sensitive keys rather than press-down keys. After one failed attempt, the lock screen replies that maximum attempts have been exceeded, and the PC turns off. No actual tower or power button can be located, so team moves forward. Behind the receptionist desk are 2 elevator doors, one to the left and one to the right, with similar touch-sense keys. The elevator on the left is broken, the door open, and the shaft empty. The elevator on the right appears functional and has power. Without a clear destination, the team is instructed to proceed to the highest floor to get a lay of the city. All floors appear to be accessible, with the highest being 114. In reality, 112, as 13 and 113 are missing from the keypad. Journey up the elevator is uneventful during this time. The elevator does not appear to take longer as it passes by 13 and then 113, suggesting that entire floor was built and nothing put on it. At 114, the doors open and team enters a larger lounge-type area. There are many couches with dust on them. A widescreen, apparently LCD TV of approximately 60+ inches in size dominates the wall in front of them, with no power. A series of windows are open, allowing in sunlight at the far end, to which the team proceeds, and angles the camera outside. The view of the city is astonishing. This building is one of the tallest visible, but certainly not alone in its stature. The city below is gray and silent. No evidence of life at this altitude. Some buildings in the city have a strange brown growth that appears to have been splashed against them, as if a gelatinous mass was flung and then seeped down before hardening. Other buildings have floors where the glass has been shattered, and the same brown substance is seeping out the edges. One member of the team calls the camera bearer to the windows on the other side. From the other side of the building, the city edges can be seen. Attention is pointed toward an expressway that encircles the city, upon which crawls another of the large half-body humanoids, dragging itself with elastic arms, as witnessed in previous tests. It travels the highway, then moves out of sight. The team returns to the elevator and notes that a button has already been activated for floor 74. No one has approached the elevator, so the team agrees to travel to this floor. On the 74th floor, the doors are open and reveal a waiting area to what appears to be a doctor's office. At the reception desk, there is a sign-in sheet with a series of names and dates. The dates in the sign-in sheet all carry the year 1953. A PC at the receptionist area is on and functioning at a user desktop. The background of the PC is a large set of praying hands with the word Faithful OS under them. On the desktop are a series of folders with years on them containing files that, when clicked using the center button of the mouse, open to a word viewer. All files appear to be appointment information. On the desk is a notepad titled, From the Desk of Dr. Berezisky, Blessed Purificationist. The door to the doctor's area is sketched with the same name and the title as well as a crucifix. Opening this door leads to a white dust-free hallway that has 2 examination rooms and a key-coded door at the end. The examination rooms are unremarkable and typical of any doctor's office. All medicine cabinets are empty. A small amount of C4 is placed at the lock to the key-coded door at the request of control, and then blown, forcing the door open. The area it opens into is much larger than the reception area itself and seems to contain a series of large containment capsules. There are a total of 6 of these capsules. 2 are broken, and a brownish amber material coats the floor coming from them. 1 is empty. The last 3 have nude humans floating in them with breathing masks. Attached to the front of these tubes are medical charts showing vital signs and conditions. For symptoms, the charts explain in somewhat awkward English ailments that seem more like flaws of personality or character, or just incidents that have occurred with the patient. Control asks for a zoom of one of the patient pages on the chart. After focusing, it reads, Citizen Jennifer McZerka did suffer a lapse of the heart that did lead her to lay with her neighbor twice upon nights of her husband's departure from their home. Patient did submit herself into the Lord's and our hands for cleansing of mind and body. Prayer administered by High Father Uwalakin, and patient submitted to a 3-day period in the Lord's tears to cleanse her system, then released in good spirits. The topmost page reads, Citizen Alberius Farafin struck out at a high father during a sermon, blaspheming that the Lord's tears did turn his daughter to be unright in mind and heart, thusly laying blame for her whorish activities at the feet of the High Father and his blessing. With no proof of these blasphemes, the forgiving judge and the punishing judge did agree that Alberius Farafin should bathe in the Lord's tears himself for a week to be cleansed of mind and soul, thus to prove his daughter's ways are fault of not the Father's hands, and give him peace of self. Subject who has been traveling quietly for the escort team now... Subject who has been traveling quietly with the escort team now begins to panic. The camera pans to focus on him, and he is surrounded by entities similar to those witnessed in the first two tests. Escort team reports in that the subject is having a panic attack, but control requests them to stand still and wait. Subject screams at the entities, which are denied to exist by team commander, stating subject is alone in the corner. Control requests that one team member be dispatched to approach and recover the subject. The escort team member approaches the subject as ordered. On the video, the figures part to make a pathway for the approaching member, who lifts subject to his feet and brings him out of the corner. Figures on a video are then seen closing ranks to close the path. Subject is lifted to his feet by an arm and escorted through the figures that close their ranks when the subject is moved. They remain steadfastly staring at the subjects no matter where he moves to. Control requests the team to return now. Team turns to leave. Before leaving, a team member mentions something noticed at the reception desk. A binder labeled The Lord's Tears. Control requests binder be returned as well, and it is stowed into subject's field kit. The team returns to the elevator and returns to the ground floor. Upon leaving the building, subject points down the street toward direction of entry point. The camera pans to a section of raised expressway, across which one of the large torsos is crawling slowly. The entity turns its featureless head to look at the escort team, raises its head to the sky, and emits a bellowing sound. Team leader issues the order to move, heading for the spot marked by the wireless video receiver. The creature on the expressway extends an arm down that stretches to touch the ground, before the camera moves to the port. All team members, save one, move through entry point. Subject moves through entry point, and mirror returns to reflective surface. SCP-093 is dropped by subject, who panics and tries to fight his way out of the room. Subject is terminated by team leader after he draws the field kit pistol. Team leader requests portal be reopened, but it takes several minutes to find someone who can hold SCP-093 and generate a similar color. When a matching color is displayed and applied to the mirror, the video receiver is visible and all individuals report a horrific smell. Team leader moves through the entryway, with control person expunged. The uniform and possessions of the escort team member who was left behind are present and recovered, but the member himself is nowhere to be seen and does not respond to shouts. Member assumed KIA. And wireless receiver recovered. Control and escort return through entry point, and mirror returns to reflective surface. Later review of the recovered camera shows escort member expunged, grasping at the air, where entry point should be, and then turning to look up at the oversized torso. A brown gel seems to drip off the creature as it moves that disappears shortly after being dislodged. Excuse me. A brown gel seems to drip off the creature as it moves, that disappears shortly after being dislodged, as if evaporating. Several shots are fired at the creature's face with the automatic weapon carried by expunged, that land in the face of the creature, causing a spray of less viscous brown liquid to pour forth from the wounds. Expunged screams obscenities as the face of the creature descends upon him and the camera is pushed to the ground. Camera feed remains dark for approximately 65 seconds before light comes back and the camera films the creature crawling back to the expressway and pulling itself onto it, then crawling on in the direction it was originally headed. Expunged believed to have been absorbed by the creature and perhaps digested. This may have been an example of how these unknown entities feed by direct contact with living material. Further study is recommended to be avoided on this issue. Returned ledger filed as expunged. That one's, I guess, it's a weird one to walk in on because you didn't get the slow build of the other two. The other two, they go in, they mention the brown sludge, they mention the smell, they mention seeing figures that aren't there but that are staring at them. But there's this sort of everything's abandoned, everything's gone, everyone's gone, except it seems like they're not. It seems like everybody's still very much there and they're watching us. It's almost like their souls were left behind when they were consumed, and now they're staring at us as we enter into their environment, and they're like, what are you doing here? You know? And then the big things came along. Obviously, the big humanoid torso things that drip the brown ooze consumed this civilization somehow. This civilization was a weird cult-like religious civilization. There are so many unknowns. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of hypothetical stuff going on in this. And I think what I like about it is that it gives me a lot of different questions. It opens a lot of doors to come up with ideas as to what happened, without directly answering those. It gives you some details, and quite a few details, but it also leaves a lot of them out, and lets you, it lets you fill in the gaps for yourself, which I think is really cool. Mirror test yellow is the next, and it is not the last. And I'm going to go through all of them because I like everything associated with this disc and the exploring of the worlds that it seems to connect to. I find interesting. Mirror test 4, color yellow. My favorite color. D-class subjects no longer authorized for testing. Testing focus has been shifted to data collection after analyzing the articles brought back from the previous 3 tests to better understand the fate of the world accessed by SCP-093 and determine if safeguards or practices are required for our own world. Analysis of the brown fluid on the clothing of the lost escort team member Expunged has been filed with other recovered articles. Dr. Expunged has volunteered for this test as, out of the possible candidates, he was able to cause SCP-093 to undergo a new color change. There is no evidence in Dr. Expunged's background of any illegal or criminal behavior, nor of any psychological problems. When presented to the mirror, the view changed to that of a cubicle office environment. For this test, Dr. Expunged opted to use the wireless video system and forego the pulley return system, stating he was confident he would be safe as none of the torso creatures have been witnessed within a building where the mirror's destination showed. Video feed commences after Dr. Expunged has crossed the mirror. As with prior tests, SCP-093's current color, yellow, tinges all video material. Camera flickers to life and pans across a series of plain white cubicle constructs. Approximately 30 are visible. At the far end of the point of entry is an office module built into the wall with frosted glass walls and a glass door. Dr. Expunged approaches... I'm going to call him Dr. Boobly Boo. Dr. Boobly Boo approaches this door and investigates the etched writing on it. Senior Manager Stanley Millimitz. The door is unlocked. Dr. Boobly Boo enters the office and examines the desk. A coffee cup. I'm going to change it to Dr. Hans. Dr. Hans enters the office and examines the desk. A coffee cup is on the desk. A dark brown stain covering half of the inside of the liquid evaporated. Half of the inside is the liquid evaporated. There's a donut on a plate, which Dr. Hans picks up and lobs at a wall. On impact, it thumps like a rock and falls. Okay, so he just got mad at that donut? A file cabinet in the corner of the room draws Dr. Hans's attention, and he goes through each shelf one at a time, stopping in the second drawer and taking out a file, then going back to the first and taking out 2 others. Continuing to the third and fourth drawers, he withdraws 4 additional files and spreads them all out on the desk. The files are blue, filing folders, and he points with his finger and camera at a symbol on each of praying hands, stating aloud for the camera that all the files are stored in yellow folders. The blue folders are placed in his field kit. That's very odd. Okay, so for some reason or another, despite the fact that we see the video as being yellow, he sees the files as being yellow, and we see the files as being blue. So there's some sort of significance to the color shifting, and it is inconsistent on video versus what the person sees. I don't know what the significance is, but it's a little odd that they have a color-coded file system and that he sees them all as being yellow, even though we see them in blue. I don't know. Weird. Camera attention is turned to the PC on the desk that is logged in and functional. Dr. Hans comments aloud, wondering where these devices are getting their power from, as he has noticed no power outlets. This PC's desktop contains the logo of the Faithful OS, and even has sounds. Clicks of the mouse followed by soft hymn-like hums, an opening of icons followed by angelic bells. The PC fails to yield any useful information to Dr. Hans, who abandons it and leaves the office. Approaching the other end of the office floor, Dr. Hans presses a button on the wall for the elevator and enters, finding he is on the 34th floor of a building, having an unusual number scheme. The keypad layout goes from negative 115 to 115, and includes all floors. Before pressing a floor button, Dr. Hans requests that the wireless video transponder be moved to the elevator and replaced with a construction cone to mark the entry point. A second transponder unit is placed outside the elevator, and Control is instructed to recover the second unit and seal the test chamber should something happen to him. Then, when all is arranged, he presses the button for floor negative 115. The descent down the elevator is long, consuming 15 minutes. During this time, the camera experiences one malfunction, where the image jerks and turns to snow, restoring to show 14 other figures in the elevator with Dr. Hans, as video pans around, all of whom move as he moves to allow him space. They remain for 35 seconds, then the camera flickers to snow and returns. Dr. Hans is now alone in the elevator, dancing as is assumed by the ducks and sways of the video feed. Dancing as is assumed by the ducks and sways of the... Okay, so apparently he's in the elevator by himself and he's bored, so he's just kind of... I don't know what's going on there. That's weird. Dr. Hans pauses to comment on a rising stench coming from below. At this point, the elevator has reached floor negative 108. Dr. Hans presses negative 110 to interrupt the descent down and exits when the floor is reached. The elevator doors open to an enclosed observation deck with several PCs and chairs. All PCs appear to have power. The ceiling to this deck is also glass, and above it another deck is visible. Dr. Hans approaches the monitor stations and checks one of the PC screens. On the screen is the Faithful OS logo and a video feed toggled between 4 different views. The first view is a room of tubes similar to those found in Test Violet, which number in the thousands. The second view is a closer-up view of these tubes as a camera glides in front of each to monitor the contents. All tubes the camera passes by are broken. The third view is facing the opposite direction as a camera glides vertically, checking each observation deck. A total of 10 can be counted, and Dr. Hans is visible as the camera passes by his own station. Looking up, a hovering camera unit with no visible means of propulsion glides up past him. The fourth view shows the ground floor below the observation deck, where a single astonishingly large torso being is crawling in circles, bumping into walls and changing directions. From the camera feed, the creature's estimated size is 6 stories. Returning attention to the contents of the PC, Dr. Hans moves the video log aside to see a simple text editor that was hidden behind it. A printout of this text was recovered and filed in the field kit. The printout directed Dr. Hans to a safe on floor 54 and provided a combination. Dr. Hans leaves the observation deck and proceeds to 54 without event, arriving in a cubicled office floor. He proceeds to the desk mentioned in the document and finds a safe hidden beneath the desk, undisturbed. The combination provided opens the safe and reveals a notebook, filed in the field kit. a peculiar revolver that has been returned as expunged, in addition to the 24 rounds of ammo found with it. Dr. Hans proceeds back to the elevator without event and returns to 34. Given the sheer number of floors available to explore and the vital information obtained from the observation deck, the test is considered over and equipment is retrieved. Before returning through the entry point, Dr. Hans investigates a terminal nearby that has power and finds it shows the exact same screen, and finds it provides the exact same screen the one on -110 shows. It is theorized that the author of the note installed a network virus to propagate it through the building, so any PC on that network would be found and the information discovered. Dr. Hans returns through the entry point, and the mirror returns to a reflective surface. All materials filed with other SCP-093 recovered materials. Analysis of expunged, and ammunition for it postponed for reason that it would require deconstruction of one of the rounds, and they may be beneficial until testing of SCP-093 is resolved. Video ends. And the last entry is actually kind of a short one. It says, SCP Mirror Test Color Red. SCP-093 distributed amongst staff until a new color could be generated by contact with it. Service Technician Expunged was able to cause, and we're going to call him Binky. Service Technician Binky was able to cause SCP-093 to take on a fierce red hue and glow, much brighter than the object's normal color. Binky agreed to assist with a test of SCP-093. Per Dr. Hans's request, expunged given to the technician, Binky, for use in this test. When applied to the mirror for the test, SCP-093 generates an unknown environment. No color tinge appears present on the displayed destination, which is comprised of red stonework. Technician Binky enters the mirror, and video capture begins. Video flickers to life, and Technician Binky, known hereafter as Subject, is viewing a large cylindrical pillar that is rotating on its own. Object is of unknown height and appears to be 1.8 meters, or 6 feet, in width. Holes are distributed through the object at seemingly random intervals. On occasion, a beam of white light is emitted from these holes. Turning of the camera finds that the beams are connected to a multitude of objects similar to SCP-093 that are part of the room's wall. The room turns out to also be cylindrical in shape, with countless copies of SCP-093. So basically, we're looking at a big cylindrical pillar that's covered in these discs. And when you look around you, the walls, you're inside a cylinder, and the walls are all these discs. Some of the discs aren't in the right place, and there's holes, and there's white lights coming from inside of them, sometimes connecting with other holes on the outside cylinder, just going like zip, zap, zoobity bop, like all over the place. So that's kind of wild. Subject turns back to entry point and finds it is a section of the wall that is missing its copy of SCP-093, presumably the one carried with Subject. Other sections of the wall on inspection are also found to be missing their copies, leading to speculation that this may be some sort of central array. Subject finds a ladder on the floor while examining the room and proceeds down it at Control's request. The ladder exits into a large clean room, full of computer equipment that appears antiquated compared to previously encountered equipment. Large computers running on reel-to-reels are clicking and spinning at various locations. A light bulb of unknown meaning turns on for 10 seconds, then turns off. You could have written that better, guys. A large CRT monitor is displaying single words in 8 colors at roughly 5-second intervals. While observed, the words clean, unclean, clean, clean, lost, unclean flash on the screen. Proceeding through the room, it ends in a large glass window as another observation deck. This deck looks out over another series of tubes, as witnessed before, but far fewer, and filled with a blue liquid. What appears to be electrical current dances over many of the tubes at erratic intervals. At least 5 tubes, at first glance, are empty and broken. At the observation window, a keyboard is present on a pedestal, awaiting a selection to be made. The options available on the screen are Tube Status, which waits for a numerical input. Reports, Situation X549, Situation X550, Evacuation Log, Bullshit, Agent Expunged Report, and Facility Fire Plan. Video expunged. All selections that generated text were transcribed by subject and verified by a control member who has passed through the portal to recover them. This process took approximately 2 hours, and video feed was deleted to condense the report. Recorded documents are filed as expunged. Video interrupted. Control lost contact with subject approximately 30 minutes after departure of control tech. Subject was asked to remain in area and observe the machinery and the containment room to make observations for debriefing. The SCP-093 mirror portal returned to a reflective surface prematurely, and all video contact with subject was lost. Control was unable to re-establish due to SCP-093 being across the mirror. A time lapse of 1 minute and 48 seconds was recorded before mirror portal re-established itself and subject returned through portal. Subject appeared to be in good health and condition, despite the time loss, but spoke little. During immediate debriefing, subject underwent sudden convulsions, and medical staff was alerted. While attempting to subdue subject, he displayed enhanced strength and used expunged to shoot one of the debriefing staff, killing them. Guards shot subject once with a sidearm in the heart and once in the chest, but subject did not fall. All staff evacuated room, and a second shot was fired by the subject, which missed. A more heavily armed team entered debriefing room and used automatic weapons to dispatch subject. Reports confirmed that subject did not bleed when shot, but instead leaked a green/brown substance that seemed to be a mix of solution observed in some containment tubes and the material recovered during Test 3. All further SCP-093 tests have been discontinued, while review of materials recovered is in effect. A secondary tape recording device was found to have activated in the field kit after loss of video feed, and its contents have been filed with other recovered materials. All recovered materials from SCP-093 testing are Level 4 classification. Release must be approved by no fewer than 2 Level 4 personnel. Staff with acceptable clearance, please sign in with Dr. Hans to access the materials recovered from SCP-093 tests. Oh shit, bro! What do we got? I don't think I read this before. Oh! I don't think I read this before. When I first started reading through SCP, I didn't understand how their website worked, so I didn't realize that like any of the things, this is like restricted text or whatever, you can click on it and then it'll take you to that thing. I assumed that it was just like, you can't access this, and that was all part of the fun and the mystery. But actually, you can click the buttons, you can go into them, and it says access granted, and then you find out about all the other shit. So, I think I'm literally discovering this stuff right now, live on the air, with you. This may solve some mysteries about my favorite SCP. This is awesome. All documents contained in this file are Class 4 clearance requiring 2 signed approvals to access. Any employee reading past this point who does not have proper classification should consider themselves to be terminated from employment and now subject to disciplinary actions up to and including forced administration of Class A amnestic, immediate transfer to counterclass security, and death. Blue test, newspaper, Article 1. Only one item could be recovered during our initial test, and that was a newspaper clipping found attached to a corkboard in an abandoned bunker. Most of the articles were in a state of decay, but one was firm enough for recovery. Most Holy Father announces progress. Unclean being cleansed. A rare public address directly from the Most Holy Father of the United Lands of the Sun has declared that the Blessed Militia has driven back many of the unclean who are skulking our lands now. New Rome, our capital, has been purged of the unclean, and citizens are encouraged to come back to their homes. Citizens who live in the surrounding countryside should not return to their farms, as the unclean still roam the fields and plains around our glorious city and continue to grow in size. The Blessed Militia has developed new weapons, which have proven capable of punishing the unclean and driving them back into the unfertile lands. Construction has begun of a system of permanently close the unfertile lands off from our blessed lands in each affected area once all of the unclean have been driven away. The Most Holy requests that all citizens of our united lands bow in prayer and offer tithe to recognize the sacrifices of our blessed militia in these troubled times. Reports have been coming in that falsely accuse the blessed militia of having committed sin against the citizens whose homes they are inhabiting as they travel bravely through contaminated lands. The Most Holy would like to remind the people that blasphemy against any who wear his mark is the most grave of sin, and unfounded accusations will be punished accordingly. We should work to support he and his men however possible, just as they lay down their lives for us. The sinful rebels who... And that's where it cuts off. Green test, newspaper, articles 2, 3, 4, diary. Our second test recovered many materials that help to establish a sequence of events for this alternate world. The diary recovered provided a glimpse into the last days of the owners of the home from which it was recovered and may represent activity in other areas of the world as well. Oh my god, that's awesome. Newspaper article 2. Farms surrounding the city of Silver Feathers have reported being unable to contact neighbors across voice or video feeds in the last week. Until an approval is granted by the regional High Father, an investigation cannot commence, but he assures the people that the events have not escaped his attention. Residents are advised to notify their local Blessed Voice daily, so any further disappearances can be addressed immediately. Residents are also advised to begin stocking their shelters to be ready for any situation. It's like an entire country built on a cult. And it's apparently not working well for them. It's not even vaguely familiar. Newspaper article 3. Following the disappearance of the Blessed Voices from several outlying regions around the city of Silver Feathers, the regional High Father has declared a concern for safety and livelihood. Under this declaration, all farmland residents must evacuate immediately to their shelters. Scattered reports of an unclean have come in, but have yet to be verified. Newspaper article 4. The city of Glorious Song has stopped responding to any and all communications. The worst can only be assumed, and our hearts go out to any who are in the region who are unable to hear our words. The city of Silver Feathers' blessed militia has reported several incursions by the unclean in the city and have exterminated 4 of the abominations before they could become a danger to any residents. The regional High Father reminds the citizens to avoid direct confrontation with the unclean. Conventional arms do nothing to the unclean. Only the most holy of implements will penetrate their sin, so do not put yourself in danger. Any citizens who suspect their neighbors indulging in heavy sin should immediately contact the Blessed Militia through designated checkpoints. And of course, the diary. Undisclosed date. I have the distinct feeling we're going to die. So I'm going to write this all down now for whoever comes along and finds our bones. My name is Herverf Jackalsif. Yeah? Herverf Jackalsif. I'm not joking. That is Herverf. Herverf. It's Zap Rousdower. Yes. Herverf Jackalsiv. Jakulsiv. And I'm a farmer. I grows the rab sticks and the husk ears. The husk ears? Well, that'd be corn there, Herverf. What the hell is a rab stick? I don't know. We raise the inks and the ooms. It's me, my wife, O'Ferry, and our 2 Lillans, Trevin and Listeria. I got this book and trade from the... I know it's the no. This is the best. This is the best thing I've ever read. I'm so excited about this. Okay, list my wife O'Ferry and our 2 Lillans, Trevin and Listeria. I got this book in trade from the blessed man who came by for food and shelter. He told us to start getting our shelter ready and not to let no other blessed who coming by know we're here. Says the whole thing break down. Nothing right no more. So I does as he said. Got it all ready. We going down there in the next day or so. In the morn he was gone, which made the wife sad, as he was polite to us unlike most of the others. Figure what he didn't want to be no burden. Liz went out looking for him, but to be sure he weren't just round the house. Liss went out looking. It is written in dialect, so it's Liss went out looking, Lookin, for him, Fer, for him, to be sure he weren't just round the house. It's a little. I'm having a little trouble reading it, but stick with me, kids, because I think this is going to be good. Another undisclosed date. He didn't turn up nowhere, so I guess he left. Strange enough, Liss found Liss found his clothes round up. Oh, found his clothes, but he's written as is. Liss found his clothes round a mile or so away, and all his gear, but no him. She left it all there, and that's for the best if what happened then I think. I'm clearly no educated man, don't claim to be, but I can put two and two together and tell you that things are bad out there for everyone, and especially for us, 'cause it's coming way too close. Sometimes you can smell it. That's when we hide. Smells like a leg of meat that's been rotting for way too long and just won't be back into the dirt. Just won't go back into the dirt. Even the soil is rejecting them, I guess, refusing to let them be buried to die. Another undisclosed date. It came too fast. We weren't ready. The smell came in the night. Maybe we would have been fine, but the little ones were afraid, so we went to the shelter. Trev was slow. He saw it, kept staring at it as it shambled by. It ignored us until he screamed when I was getting Liss and the mess down in the shelter. I went to get him, but it was too fast. I saw him standing up there screaming, and then its head came down on him, pressed over him. He tried to run for the stairs, tried to get to us, but then in a blink, he was gone, and it pulled away. His clothes fell into the cellar like he vanished out of them. I get into the shelter, slammed the hatch, and locked it. I think he knows we're here now. He'll try to get in, take us too. No telling how long we got. Plenty of food, though. I was wrong. The food was rotten. Something got into it. Or I just didn't notice. We're eating what we can. There's food, but not enough. And that thing ain't leaving. It's trying to find ways in. Smelt the smell coming from the life web plug in the wall. Something seeped through it. We kept away. Got all hard like a rock and don't smell no more. Maybe the power in the plug finally let it die. I went up to peek. Cellar's fine. Trev's clothes still on the stairs. Peeked outside. We're not going to make it. There were 10, 20, 30. Couldn't count so many. All going in a circle around the house. Looking at it with those faceless faces. And the stink. Oh, the stink. Went back into the shelter and locked the door. I don't want to see my family rot away. I think faster is better. The miss, she agrees. We won't tell Les. She'll be first. Then my wife, my love, then me. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I gave the best life to my family possible. It was them holy ones what brought this. I'm going to pen this in memory to my great pap. He was old and knew stories older than himself. Says those unclean they preach about, those unfertile zones they stay out of, all 'cause the most holy bringing the world together. Them things are the ultimate sin. Everything about us that was evil and impure, it's them. They don't know nothing but doing what they do. Don't even know why they do it. They just do it. Take us into them, then we're gone. I asked Pap what they were, and he lit a stick, took a puff, and said, "Don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody will admit it. But if you see this symbol, if you see it, you run, boy. You run fast. You run far, and you hide. You never go back where you saw it. That's all I know. I remember the symbol was on the rock he kept on his neck under his shirt. Next day, Pap was gone. Nowhere to be found. Dad weren't sad. Said he knew it had happened one day. Pap went home. See you soon, Dad. Pap." Fucking hell. I got to like that character over the course of that story. I'm sad he's dead. Data expunged. Symbol matched symbol found on SCP-093's surface as one of the deeper engravings. Also matches symbols noticed on video feed in final test of SCP-093 duplicates. Violet test office ledger. The third test with SCP-093 resulted in the unfortunate loss of a security member, but also allowed us to recover a ledger with insight into the medical procedures carried out on the alternate Earth, now termed E-093. Patient Jennifer McZerka. Recovery tube 001-1. Mixture 35% tears, 30% nutrient, 10% HFT, 25% blessing. Summary. Jennifer McZerka is 20 cycles of age. During her 18th cycle was the victim of a Hov ride accident. Oh, okay, she fell off a hover rider. Hov ride accident that resulted in brain damage and misalignment of her moral processes. She is prone to violent outbursts and can only be calmed down by impure stimulation. Because of this, she actively seeks out strangers to mingle with, and her parents have requested of the High Father that she be set to the tears to mend her mind and body. Patient accepted. During preparation for the tears, subject went into a rage, and the attending hand went to recover a sedative. Jennifer tore her clothes off and screamed impure words at me, so I locked the door and instructed the hand to wait outside. I am half shameful to admit I laid with Jennifer, a total of 7 times, before putting her to the tears. It has been very long for me, and her parents have abandoned her to our care. So care for I will. Before setting her to the tears, I authorized a blessed probe of her body functions and found she is settled now with Young, and tests confirm it shall be mine. I have mixed her bath to accommodate this, and she will soak in the tears until her body is ready to give life. Cool, so you impregnated a patient. Grody. Patient, none. Recovery tube, 001-2. Mixture, none. Summary, none. Patient, Alberius Ferrofin. Recovery tube, 00-1-3. Mixture, 80% tears, 20% nutrient. Summary, Alberius Ferrofin is a farmer from outside the city of Silver Feathers who claims to have lost family to the unclean. He confronted the High Fathers of the city and demanded compensation and retribution for the loss. The High Fathers deny the existence of unclean beyond the unfertile lands and refuse compensation or retribution. Alberius struck a High Father and was arrested and sentenced to a cleansing of the soul. His mixture is primarily tears, to seep into the soul and cleanse his heart and ease his pain. The lawmakers state his family is indeed missing, so his sentence beyond the tears has been dropped in sympathy for their loss. I used the last of the HFT on Jennifer, or I would have used less tears in this bath. 80% is higher than I am comfortable with, but the HFT is becoming hard to obtain. I may have to go through the dark. What? Next one is a blank patient, recovery tube 002-1, mixture 75% nutrient, 25% blessing. Summary. A member of the Blessed Militia who was wounded in combat. Request is from High Father. Details withheld. Patient tube 002-2, mixture 75% nutrient, 25% blessing. Summary. A member of the Blessed Militia who was wounded in combat. Request is from the High Father. Details withheld. Patient unstated 002-3, mixture 75 nutrient, 25% blessing. Summary. A member of the Blessed Militia who was wounded in combat. Request is from High Father. Details withheld. Okay, interesting. So they just keep stuff secret. What a fucking creep. The fourth test into E093 provided us with the documentation assumed to be written by a technician in either a medical or government facility. Found in the safe is being considered for SCP classification primarily due to the composition of the ammunition found with it and the advanced firing mechanism attached to what should be a very base firearm. PC printout. I did not trust the Overwatchers. I felt something was wrong years ago. Under my desk on floor 54 is a safe with a weapon in it. It is one of those used by the Blessed Militia. My brother has sent it to me. He says they are also not what they claim. They have done things to our fellows even more vile than what the unclean would do. He tells me to be ready to fight. I cannot. It is not me. I do not know violence. I am too frail. You. Use it. Save yourself. Contents of Safe Diary. My name is Hervel Tolowis. I am a hard systems watcher here. My job is to monitor the sinful who bathe in the Lord's tears and then make sure that they reach the prescribed dilution time. I have been doing this job for 23 years, and now things are falling apart. I can no longer abide by the Most Holy. I must speak the truth. We are being told to evacuate. The containment tombs have been breached. An unclean has appeared in the place of rest, and we are unable to destroy it. The live motion footage shows how it came to be, and this is what has unsealed my heart and mind and tongue. I must speak. Should the Overwatchers see this, I will be silenced, so I must hide it. Thankfully, they are ignorant with the hardware, so I can hide this easily. The Overwatchers told us we should leave last, to ensure the hardware contains the unclean. What that means is we should distract it and die in case it breaches the watching decks. It has shattered nearly all the tubes and absorbed the people in them. I have dispatched the eyes to the unclean, and they have touched it, bringing me back a sample of it. The unclean are not sinners. They are not products of our disobedience. I suspect they are us. The eyes have dated the sample. It is older than myself, older than my elders. It is over 200 cycles in age. 200! The sirens are still sounding, but no signal has come for us to leave. I do not think this unclean is alone. I have seen how they can get into places. Between places. Between places. Is that where they've been all this time? Between places? The makeup of the unclean is unstable. Molecules detach and reattach almost before my eyes. As if to move the entire thing reforms itself in space and time. Why does it not come up here? Too much effort? Or does it not sense me? They have no eyes, no mouth, no face. They cannot speak, cannot see. But they must be able to sense us. The smell. It is so strong. It comes from all directions. It is not a smell of the dead. It is a smell that comes from something that should be dead, but does not know how to die. The War of the Holy Union. I think that was where it may have started. We are united under the Most Holy, but what does he owe us? Nothing. We merely keep society running while those on high benefit. Is this not how it has always been? But now we are told we are pleasing the will of those above us in the clouds, those great beings who gave us the power to live and prosper, those who we have never laid eyes upon, but are told we must revere. Lies. All of it. It must be. I am using the eyes to create a fluid to oppose the makeup of the unclean sample. Perhaps they will cancel each other out. I will leave soon and store the rounds here. I cannot use the weapon. I am too weak a man for this. I will protect my family with my mind and not my rage. We will be safe in the fields. I know where to go. I will go above now, to my family. I will leave the hardware running. I was told to turn it off, but this is where I defy them. It will run. This will watch. The eyes will see for however much time they have. Someone will read this, and someone will know. Take the gun. Take the fluid. Do not listen to the Most Holy. We did, and we are damned. And then there is a the gun that they picked up that I keep calling it expunged. It's a black dot, like a piece of expunged text, a hyphen, and then a piece of expunged text. So I don't have a cool name for it, so I'm just going to call it the Holy Gun. The Holy Gun is a revolver-style weapon with 12 bullet cylinders. The design of the gun has one cylinder on each side, raised slightly, so they may flip into the gun itself and then rotate. What? A cylinder on each side, raised slightly, so they may flip into the gun itself and then rotate. Firing all rounds before flipping back out and allowing it to be reloaded, while the second is usable, allowing a total of 24 shots before it runs empty. I'm trying to picture this thing. So it's a revolver-style gun, slightly above, flips in, pops out, flips in, pops out. So it's like you've got your gun, and it's got two, and you can go bang, 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 and then flip them out, like do it like two. I don't know. I can't. I'm having trouble picturing that in my head. There is no firing pin on this gun, but instead there is a pullback slide mechanism that must be used to prime the active cylinder. Okay, so you've got to go like, and then. But instead there's a at the time of recovering, all 24 slots contained a syringe-style bullet with 32 needles on the end. Fucking hell! The bullet comes, it's just like, and it just like injects all of that crap in you. On impact, it is assumed the force of the shot will press the liquid inside into the target. None have been tested. Of expressed interest is that these cylinders can hold standard .45 caliber ammunition, which has been tested. The gun uses an ultra-high power magnetic rail system to deliver the shot, so the gunpowder in the bullet is never used. In consideration is a redesign of a round that would utilize the gunpowder mid-flight to add even higher velocity to the round, or that would explode on impact for higher yield. Operation number 1, not gonna happen. Because if the gunpowder explodes, it needs something to press against in order to make the round go faster. If you fired it out the back, I guess, like jet propulsion, but there's an atmosphere to deal with, guys. That's not how fucking anything works. So yeah, explosive round, much better idea. The final authorized test with SCP-093 resulted in the loss of a skilled service technician, but allowed us to recover very revealing documents that can only be assumed to not have been intended for public knowledge in any world. Curious among these is Agent Expunged Report, which appears to have been written by a Foundation employee several decades ago. We went there before? While these paper printouts were the best material recovered, it seems that the system used to create them allowed for multiple forms of input, including typed and verbal speech to text. Some audio logs of the printouts below are available, but must be requested in advance with fully written explanations as to why. This dual input system seems to explain the variances in the style between users, as well with assumptions made on the part of the software while performing conversations. Facility fire plan. In the event of emergency requiring the facility to be evacuated, all Clear 4 staff should report to the train station 3 and use their vial to call the evacuation train. Only one vial is required to call the train and may contain any amount of tears. An empty vial will not call the train. Clear 2 and 1 staff should remain at their posts until either 10 minutes after the departure of Clear 4 persons or until authorized by Clear 4 staff. Clear 3 staff should utilize the protective garments at their stations and weapon lockers before proceeding to designated crisis area as dictated by Clear 4 staff. I don't know, guys. I feel like maybe you're just there to die. I feel like you're there to finish it out until it's dead. Their terminology is interesting in this because it's essentially it's the same sorts of stuff that we have to do, evacuation procedures and stuff like a fire escape and et cetera, except in this particular case, they have all these weird terms for it. And calling the train by putting a vial into it, this whole society is based on, I mean, their weapons are based on injecting a material into their enemy. Their key code system is based on injecting tears into something, and their tears of the Holy Father, or what, God's tears? I don't know. Where are they even getting this stuff? What is the stuff? I don't know. It's very curious. Reports. 3 unfertile zones have increased 25% in size in the last 7 days. Containment teams are not finding any presence of unclean in these zones, but they are visibly confirmed as expanding. Clear 5 level High Fathers have confirmed breaches in the holy chambers at each of these zones. All chambers found empty. It is believed that the unclean have breached containment on the holy chambers, dispatching additional guards to remaining chambers. Situation X549. Expansion of Zone 649 6-TO has been confirmed. Unfertile zone containment procedures in effect. Containment staff dispatched to site. This is the 10th report in 30 days. Upgrading the situation status. Reports from Clear 5 High Fathers have stopped at all affected. The city of His Word has been placed on full lockdown and all travel denied in or out. Other cities are now in alert mode and combat teams are being dispatched to city perimeters. Situation X-550. The great land of Hufusia has fallen per satellite images. Entire landmass considered tainted. Outbreak of sin reported in Lavina, and that landmass has requested assistance from the Holy Union. Assistance denied due to our own outbreak and mass reportings of unclean. Clear 10 staff have issued the order to evacuate via the gateway, and for all Holy Union authorized persons to proceed to the nearest sky platform for evacuation to Star Eye Eden to continue monitoring status. Gateway keys are being ejected to prevent spread from this center to other space-time vectors. Resurrecting staff are being awakened to monitor and continue reports here as we evacuate. May his blessings forgive our greatest sin. Evacuation log. Evacuation in progress. Shuttle 1 away. Shuttle 2 away. Shuttle 3. Error. Release us. Release us. Why? Shuttle 3, error, launch. Aborted. Proceed to Shuttle 4. Shuttle 4, reporting delayed launch. Overloaded. Triage. Protocols engage. Shuttle 4, reports passenger limit obtained. Preparing the law. Why? Release us. Why us? Release us. What did we do? Why? System detecting electrostatic activity. Compensate. 1111000. Why were we hurt? What did we do? Why were we hurt? What did we do? System shut down. System restore purge of contaminated data in progress. Why us? Why us? Why us? Why listen? Record 5432-104-392. Pass. Forgive us. 5555444433322222111. Why? System purge. If that isn't the best piece of voice acting I've ever done on this channel, I don't know what is. I would like a clip of that because I think I sounded like I was possessed. Fabulous. The next segment is titled simply Bullshit. What the fuck is this place? Lol. Okay, so, like, there are people typing stuff here, so I'm gonna go type 2. Lol. So, like, I found this rock in the pond by my house, and it was, kind of all glowy and stuff when I picked it up. So I'm like, oh, wow, pretty. And when I pick it up, the pond, you couldn't see the bottom. It was this weird room with a glowy rock thing. Well, I don't know. So, like, I guess fell into it. Oops. And now I'm here and not there. And early, I'm kind of scared. But this place is like a movie set, so it's cool. Lol. There's some guy I can hear talking. He keeps asking me to come downstairs, but I don't see no door. He keeps screaming for me, too, because I told him to eat my... What? I told him to eat my laugh, and he won't shut up. I guess I could try going back into the room, but it's so creepy in there. I'm sort of scared to laugh. So, hey, I found a door. It's, like, in the floor instead of on a wall, so, like, I'm gonna tell that guy yelling to shut up so I can go home. BBL. Okay, so there was more than one object, and some person in our world found it, fell into a pond, and got lost. And then wrote that. Agent report. My name is Expunged, and I am an agent at the Foundation. The year in my world is 1972. I assume it is the same in this world, but from what I have seen due to SCP-093, life on this world ended in approximately 1954. I have used SCP-093 to visit a number of locales, starting and ending here in this center. I have seen the landscapes where no grass will grow. I have run from the unclean as they pursue anything they sense. I have no understanding of how they hunt, but I have learned what they are. Approximately 350 years ago or so, this world experienced a technological boom. Ours did not. The source of this seems to have been the arrival of He, a godlike being of unknown origin. He declared the world unclean and full of sin, and the only way to purge itself of this sin was to purge the sinners. A war. Whoever was left alive was clean. Amazing advances in science were bestowed to all cultures for a period of 10 years to prepare them for this war, and during that time, He disappeared. The war happened anyway. The instigator, the Holy Union of Land, apparently the landmass that for us would become the United States, records are sketchy, and the books that detail anything about this time period are forbidden in the world. I located a cache of recorded history by following a series of corrupted computer communications. It seems the primary weapon used in this war for his love was, in fact, people, exposed to something called his holy tears, a liquid compound I've seen in use even today in abandoned medical facilities. His holy tears purge the sin from the unclean and make them love him. At least that's what the label states. The records I recovered are very unclear about how this war was waged, except to state, his holy chosen walked the lands of the sinful and took their sin unto themselves. Those who cried for his salvation received it and are now our children. Those who denied his love were purified in his radiance. But something apparently happened no one knew how to deal with. The unclean. The large creatures that are half a man and devour whatever they touch that lives and breathes. I actually found a scientific report written by someone who stumbled here with a SCP-093 copy. These creatures are the result of exposure to a very pure form of his tears, resulting in a genetic apocalypse occurring within the exposed. There are terms in here, something about quantum restructuring. I don't understand any of this, but it means they were once humans like everyone else. They couldn't be controlled, but they could be contained. So they seem to be attracted to his tears, and a central point was established in various regions where a person with the purest form of his tears stays, keeping the unclean in that area, known as an unfertile land. Something went wrong with that too. Not sure what, but everything fell apart. The power structure, the culture, the people, all of it fell to ruins. And now those things shamble around the land as its new owners, with no purpose or direction. You can stand next to one, if you can stand the stink, and they just slip right past you. If you catch their attention, though, that's it. They move like lightning if they need to, and like a snail unless they have a reason to speed up. Sometimes I think they chase just to do it. Others, they move to kill. I think someone is in this facility, or someone's. I keep hearing voices and requests coming from areas under the floor. I want to leave this before I explore the facility any further. I've sent SCP-093 back through the entry mirror to seal that gate. These things can't be let into our world, nor should we have anything to do with this one. We're simply not smart enough to understand it all, I feel. I don't think the unclean can die. They're immortal, but they don't want to be. They just want to die. They're in my head, I think. I didn't notice it until just now, but equipment in this room is starting to react to me. Words on the screen, begging for help. I remember touching the tears, smelling it, tasting it. Just a touch, not eating it, just touching to it. Tasting for acidity. We have pretty stupid investigation procedure, I think. The High Fathers are alive. They have technology we only imagine in our comics, given by him. Some of the records on this machine indicate space travel, but they didn't go far, just far enough to watch the world fall apart and wait to come back and take it. But if they're up there, who is in this building with me? I've seen the faces of the people, the unclean. They show up on the pictures cast by the machine. In the room with me, watching me. I think they're everywhere on this world, only seen by machines now. They don't look sad or happy, just curious. They want to know why. Why them? Why did it all happen? I don't know. I just don't know. They showed me things when I touched them, and it's not quite like the records say. The unclean remember it all. Every person they touched becomes part of them, safe inside them, but dead to us. Every mind, every feeling, every terror, it's eternal to them. I kind of want to join them, but too much to do. They want me to. Find him. Kill him. There was no war. It was him. Him. It. It came from between the folds of time and space, and worlds, and light, and dark. Something that is, but should not be, slipped in and called out to them as their god. And they believed it. And they tasted it, and touched it, and laid with it, and became its property, and did its will, and it is still here. The SCP-093, it brought with it, pulled forcefully with it, but I don't know, they don't know, but it belongs to him. It lets him move between places, between worlds, so I broke it. I threw pieces of it away, and through holes, so those doors are closed just like ours is closed. And I can't go home, so what else can I do? It calls out through the rock somehow. It knows where they are, but can't touch them. But if you hide the rock, he can't call out, and he's stuck too. I got you, you son of a bitch. I got you. Bang, bang. I touched him with my fist and my gun, and he fell down. But he'll get back up soon. I'm sorry. I did all I could. Let me sleep now. Please. Let me sleep. Well, that just raises more questions than it gives me answers. I was really, when I started reading this report and he started explaining exactly what happened, I got excited thinking like, cool, I'm finally going to know what the hell happened on this planet, like what all of these things mean. And in some regards, I do now. Their society in 1954, for some reason or another, a magic man came from the sky and claimed he was God, and that our world was just laced with sin. It needed cleaning. And those who followed him began that purge. They wiped out all of the unclean and decided that everybody who was left was clean. And he introduced a substance, the tears, the holy tears, God's tears or whatever. And these people believed that those tears could purify you of your sins. So if you became unclean for any reason, if your actions betrayed you, if your thoughts betrayed you, if you were sinful, you could be loaded into a tube with these tears, this divine fluid, and it would soak through you and it would make you clean again. And really what they were doing is just making people obedient to this thing from the sky, this god of theirs. But as it turns out, too much of the stuff changes you. And that's what created the big giant monsters. As for the shadows, the people that we don't see with our eyes, but that the cameras pick up, and that only that one guy could see, it seems to me that they're the people who were left behind. After the big guys gulp you up, part of you is left behind as like a shade, almost like a lost soul. And they don't want to hurt anybody, they just want to connect with us somehow. But this whole world was sort of taken apart on a spiritual level, I guess. Even the people cut out of themselves and left wandering as big, crazy, faceless, chewy monsters. And then the other halves of themselves, the ghosts, left behind when they were consumed. So the whole world is just soaked through with this thing's essence. He says this thing is still here. SCP-093. It brought with it pulled for, and they took all the punctuation out of this because the guy's like losing his mind. So they took all the punctuation out of that last part, and they just had him kind of like slowly lose his shit, you know. But it belongs to him. It lets him move between places, between worlds. So I broke it. I threw pieces of it away, and threw holes, so those doors are closed just like ours. That central pillar that had all of the discs on it was a hub for him to travel. Him, the god from the skies, to travel to all different worlds. And he had a disc for each of the different worlds that he visited, and this guy just went through and wrecked up the joint and destroyed the discs so that this thing wouldn't be able to get to those worlds anymore. Closed the doors just like ours and closed it, and he can't go home. So what else can I do? It calls out through the rock somehow. It knows where they are but can't touch them. But if you hide the rock, he can't call out, and he's stuck to it. So he threw the rock. Okay. He threw the rock back through the mirror into our world. So the door is closed. The only way to open the door again is for us on this side to cross through a mirror into that world again. And he seems, the god, wants us to open the door. He wants a way out of that world and into our world. So anybody who finds the thing is somehow tempted to show up to try to go through the mirror, somehow tempted to wind up in that world, giving him a freedom. He's using SCP-093, the disc, as a means of beckoning us forth into that dimension. I'm just very impressed by that one. It is there are, at this point, let's see here. At this point there are a grand total of 6,999 SCPs on file. That is how many user contributions have been placed in. Okay, Lynn, thanks very much for joining. I'm about to sign off myself. It's getting a little late for me. But I hope you have a good night, and I will see you when we get back from camping. Okay, so there aren't actually six. We're in that series now, but a lot of them say access denied because they haven't been filled in yet. So let's just say, at the moment, there are over 6,000 SCPs that people have written about. I have read probably hundreds of them, and I've had a lot of them forwarded to me. And some of them have very interesting mythologies behind them. There are characters that I really like. There are monsters that I really like. There are concepts that I really like. But right from the get-go, early on, SCP-093 frankly poses a more fleshed out world than most of them, and I really, really think that it's a fascinating one. I think if I was going to write an SCP story, I would probably want to write an SCP story that takes place in that world. Maybe us trying to get to the starships where the Holy Fathers are waiting in suspended animation. Maybe us trying to figure out what he is and how to stop him. It seems like an extra-dimensional being that has the power to fold time, space, or quantum entanglement, or something like that. I think that's the one that I would probably want to write about. A big, horrifying interstellar monster. Let's see here. Hop in, maybe do some drawing of of one of those big ugly guys. Let's see here. pen. I'm going to go to artistic. So like these guys, just what's left of people. Oops. Should do that. What's left of people after this thing gets through with them? The chewed up remains. They don't have anything malevolent going on with them. They don't actually want to hurt anybody. They may look a little bit spooky, but they're really not trying. They don't wish anybody any ill will. Just a little bit of what's left of somebody. Maybe I don't know what half of this stuff is. I mean, these are fun little textures that I haven't used before. Oh boy. If we did just like a whole bunch of creepy dead boys in different styles. Airbrushing textures. I don't know what that is. Do that one. Oh, that's spooky. Oh no, it's just like it's a plant. Like a fibrous thing. Like I was building a fabric of some sort. Dove Lake. I don't like that. Where's the smoky ones? I remember there being some sort of organic cotton. There we go. Let's get some of that cotton. Some of that rich, thick cotton. There we go. Some regular old shadow people. Nothing really all that exciting about shadow people. I've seen them before, but these guys are dispossessed. Left in a state of sort of incorporeality. Sable, I wonder. Oh yeah, that's fun. You know, like a person is almost made out of hair. Made out of air. Halfway to being, halfway to not. Society was trapped off in 1954, so these guys are wispy, stuck in dresses with poofy little shoulders and nonsense. Washed away to nothing. Fancy hairstyles though, and all that fun stuff. And did wacky things like that. A pompadour. Wild grass. Oh damn. Oh boy. Oh, that's wild. That sure is some wild grass right there. Got anything that resembles like an actual fog? Wet glaze. That sounds like fun. just wispy eyes. Wash. Ooh, I like wash. I think I might do another wash of that. Oh yeah, okay. I think that's our baby right there. Okay, see you guys later. I was just trying to get like the right thing to draw these guys with, you know. So blank that out. There we go. So if I wanted some spooky people, a little shadow man with a little wearing a little fedora. You can have a fedora on there. There you go. He can get away with it. Lower the opacity on these guys. Just make them so that they're barely even there. I'm just going to do one of them. Suppose their clothing would come through with them. Yes, I suppose it probably would. What's left of their little bodies? These little sticks. Worn out husks. Underneath there. Oh. Just the impressions. Impressions of what a person is. Not a whole person. Certainly not a healthy or happy one. Just I did. Just the basics. Just finger drawing at this point. Just that's I don't know. These guys have got me so the whole concept behind these things, these shades, essentially, is all they are. They're what's left of a person after they're gone. They're not faceless, but their faces would be indistinct. They'd be an impression of a person because they're really only half of what they were. They've been kind of broken, you know? And so they would be, that's how I picture them. They would be kind of like they had just been washed away, scared maybe. Mouth open, mouth agape. These are forehead wrinkles. It'd be ears, of course. Old-fashioned swept-over hairstyles. Relics of their time. One side. Decided I don't much like that brush. I'm gonna go with painting and I'll brush. I'm gonna lower the translucency or opacity on it. Here we go. Not quite that much. There we go. Get some facial features here. Well, that'll completely cover it up. Guess maybe if I charcoal. They'd be I feel like they'd be tired. Oh. What the hell just happened? Nope. That's definitely not it. What the hell happened? Well, I'm not sure what happened. Just disconnected itself. Just decided that it's no longer connected. Oh boy. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't. It just spontaneously decided that it does not recognize this this iPad. Which I'm going to turn the iPad off, and then I'm going to and then I'll start it back up and I'll see if that works. I suppose we really need to at this point, given the fact that it's now 15 minutes away from when I'm going to have to shut this thing down invariably. Also, I'm noticing a substantial delay on my camera. Oh, Jesus Christ. What did you just do, computer? Let's try this again. Nah. Yep. Well, so I don't know. I'm pleased that it happened this far out into the stream. To be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly what just went on. What I do know is that there is now a rather extreme delay between what I'm doing, what's showing up over here, and that the iPad is no longer talking to the computer. So what I've decided to do at this point is unplug that and then plug it back in. See if it works. And when it doesn't, I've decided to call it a night. Because I enjoy streaming. I enjoy when it works. And then when it stops working correctly, I get a little bummed out about it. But it's you know, I think we did real good. We made it to 7:47 p.m. before it all went horribly wrong. So I think that's it's so funny. It's like a half second behind me. Yep. Hey yup. Hey yup. It's an anomaly that occurred right here on our stream. It's SCP 6048. It's Streamlabs literally can't fucking run right for a whole stream. It's only me. It's used by professionals as a platform around the world, but it won't work right for me. And so I don't know whether Streamlabs is the SCP or whether I'm the SCP. All I know is that there's definitely something deeply wrong with me wanting to stream on the internet. So I hope you enjoyed the SCP stream. I hope you enjoyed the closing anomaly. And thank you very much for tuning in. I hope I will see you all again. As I said, not streaming on Sunday, not streaming on Tuesday. Going camping. See you next Friday!